Chapter 885. Underwater map. The creature kept thrashing about after sensing danger within, trying to throw Gustav off course, but it was to no avail. After Gustav had taken the combination form, he blasted forward with immense speed. Boom! A loud noise reverberated across the bottom floor of the ocean as massive currents rose from the below to the top. Thwaiai, a massive ripple spread across the place, as a hole was blasted open at the top of the ocean, a massive beating meat lump flying out of it in the next instant. It generated fierce waves across the water that thousands of fishes were getting flung into the sky. It started raining fish due to this. The big beating lump of flesh, which was the size of a mansion, had a massive hole in it, which blood was jetting out from like a fountain. A portion of the ocean had been dyed red with blood. It landed somewhere on the shore of the island up ahead with a massive thudding sound and rolled a little. Thousands of feet beneath the ocean, Gustav floated above the massive body of a creature that was sinking after leaving a massive bloody hole on the side of its body. The creature was obviously dead since Gustav had just blasted its heart out of its massive body. Its mistake was trying to consume someone like Gustav, even though it was quite a powerful creature. Anyone would know that no matter how powerful a creature is, there would always be vulnerability within. The water in this part of the ocean had been polluted by its blood and leaking organs, but since Gustav wasn't inhaling or breathing out, this wasn't a problem. He used God eyes to scan the features of the creature as it fell to the ocean floor. The creature had a horse-like head with a spider-shaped body, black and orange stripes all across, and was immensely large. Gustav floated down and flew back into the hole he had blasted through the creature's body. The frozen digestive area was defrosting already, so Gustav easily broke through and retrieved the cross that was almost digested earlier. He got back out of the body and swam away from this area. After getting quite a distance away from where the disturbance had happened earlier, Gustav dropped down to the ocean floor once more and stabbed the cross into it. He wasted no time in retrieving the ruby into his grasp, sensing that it might have attracted the presence of the last creature. It doesn't even emit that much energy. Why would it attract such a creature when it would get no benefit from consuming it? Gustav wondered as he activated God Eyes once more. God Eyes has been activated. Within the ruby, he could see some weird mechanics. It was no ordinary ruby, as some unknown runic had been crafted into it. Gustav studied the internals of the ruby for a while, and then proceeded to tap different parts of its outer structure. Triune light shot out of the ruby, forming a square-shaped holographic projection. Gustav scrutinized the projection that looked like a map. Is that? Here underwater, Gustav said internally as he stared at the map. A few red dots could be seen, and by the far edge a part of the island was highlighted, which was cut out since the dots on the map did not extend to that area. These dots. The one closest to me is at the location I just left, Gustav noticed. The next dot was several hundred kilometers northeast. Gustav already had suspicions of what these dots depicted, but he had to confirm. I should have tried taking the bloodline of the aqua tarantula. But it's so big, I don't know where to make contact with to activate acquisition. Gustav realized it might help since he was underwater, but there was no time for that right now. Boom! Current blasted underwater as waves spread forth from Gustav's figure while he dove forward at full speed. His body was moving and wriggling like a fish as he swam forward. With every wave of his arms, his body would be pushed several hundred feet forward. Of course, he wasn't as fast underwater as he was on land, but nevertheless he was still quite quick. After many minutes, Gustav arrived at the next dot, and his suspicions were confirmed. There was a pile of rubble as well as multiple fragments of a building scattered across the place. So it turns out everywhere marked on the map is an area where underwater buildings have been demolished. Gustav said internally as he looked around. He had bumped into several of them back when he started this underwater venture, but the last one was where he found the ruby. Gustav suspected it was some kind of checkpoint, but then he inspected the entire place and didn't find anything that could assist with the emblem investigation. What was the purpose of building them in the first place, just to leave them demolished? Gustav still wondered. At this point, he wanted to head back to the main Vertigan residents to question them about this, since it would soon be daybreak. However, Gustav decided to check the rest of the dots on the map first. There's still about 7 of them. That would also complete half my underwater scan across the circumference of the island, Gustav thought. He would still take many more hours before he was done circling the entire island underwater. Gustav wasted no time in resuming his scan as he activated God Eyes once more and kept swimming forward. Are you sure? Atop what looked like a tower, 2 figures could be spotted almost like they were in the clouds. One was a male who sat cross-legged on the platform, while the other was a female who stood right behind him with her head hung low in respect. Yes, Master. It was reported just now that the signal went off. The lady responded with a respectful tone. I created a TikTok account, Timvik_. I made a few interesting videos concerning TBS, so make sure to check them out and follow for more interesting updates in the future. Chapter 886. Daybreak arrives, yes, Master. It was reported just now that the signal went off. The lady responded with a respectful tone. What area, and is there any footage? The man, who had a backward, C-shaped scar on his forehead, voiced out. There was a short footage before communication was interrupted by an aqua mixed breed. There is a high chance the intruder is no longer alive. The lady voiced out while taking a small circular device out. She moved to his front and placed it on the ground right before him. Truing, a slightly blurry holographic projection shot out next, displaying underwater footage. In this footage, a human figure could be seen floating in front of a massive adult-sized cross that was stabbed into the ocean floor. The human figure underwater could not be seen clearly, and from the angle of the footage, it seemed like it was being recorded from the ocean floor as well. Then all of a sudden the sand on the ocean floor, as well as all the debris from the demolished building structure in the area, blasted across the place as a disturbance occurred. The only thing they were able to point out before the footage disappeared was everything was being pulled into a large hole by a suction force. The intruder definitely got swallowed up. But we don't want anyone snooping around the site areas. The man spoke after the holographic footage came to an end. What are your orders, Master? She asked respectfully. I'm not taking any chances. Do a clean sweep of the perimeter across the site areas to confirm that no life form is snooping around, he voiced out with a solemn tone. Noted, Master, she answered while standing uprightly. Go with Fackle and use the tri-diver, he added while closing his eyes once more. As you wish, Master, she said before bowing slightly and walking towards the ledge of the tower top. She jumped off the massive sky-high building without batting an eyelid. There's nothing here, too. Gustav said internally as he once more scanned the premises underwater where rubble could be seen scattered around. Just one more location left. Gustav stared at the map, which displayed he was currently at the second to the last location marked on the map. He estimated that with his current speed in the water, he would get there in about an hour. That stupid quest just had to be issued, eh? Gustav nagged internally. He had gadgets and pieces of technological equipment that could help him move faster underwater, but because of the quest, he couldn't make use of any of them. He had swum to the surface half an hour back to inhale oxygen, since he had been underwater for over 8 hours already. Right now it was daybreak, but still quite early in the morning. He already knew this objective would take some time, so the day breaking didn't mean he would stop. It just meant he had to be more subtle and properly hide his presence, since activity all around the island would increase more due to time. Gustav began heading in the direction of the next marked location in the next instant. Occasionally he would zigzag underwater to dodge some obstacles protruding from the ocean floor or anything else floating across the place. Since it was now daytime, the ocean wasn't so dark as it was in the middle of the night. Rays from the sunlight penetrated the water, making the bottom of the ocean look a bit clearer. Not wanting to waste energy unnecessarily, Gustav deactivated God Eyes and continued swimming towards the next location while spreading out his perception. 30 minutes later, the ocean floor around here covering over a 200 kilometers radius has been leveled. A feminine voice was heard through a communication frequency as two figures floated above what looked like a dark hole underwater. It's thousands of feet lower than it's supposed to be. A masculine voice was heard next as these two figures in dark robes kept staring down at the hole. "Scan for signs of life," the one with the feminine figure voiced out as she stretched out her left hand, which was blazing with a blue glow. Thrin thrin thrin, rays of light shot out from her arm into the hole and spread across the entire place. Beep, beep, beep. Despite being underwear, low beeping sounds could be heard for a few moments before stopping. The lady who had some weird blue lines on her face showed a look of shock before speaking. "No signs of life, but there is a corpse of a sea mixed breed down there." She paused for a brief instant as the light she shot out retracted. "Pa!" She snapped her fingers, and a small holographic projection appeared in front of both of them. "It's a level 82 aqua tarantula mixed breed," she voiced out as the projection displayed an exact image of how the corpse of the creature was laying at the bottom of the hole. "Level 82? The footage makes sense now. They like to burrow deep into the ocean floor and tend to attack their prey by swallowing them whole from underneath when the prey gets too close to the ocean floor," the other masculine figure voiced out. "That's not the issue right now." "Look here," she said while flipping the holographic projection to display a part of the creature. "See the large hole on this side of its body? It was killed by someone, and I guess it's the same person who was caught on the footage," she stated with a look of suspicion. "That's true, Phil." "Which means they might still be out there." His eyes widened slightly as he voiced out while staring at the holographic projection. "And they're not weak, either." "We have to go after them right now," she said while swimming upwards with speed. "H&M," he nodded and swam upwards as well. They both got into a bungalow-sized underwater vehicle that was floating upwards, all this time before zooming off into the distance. Almost there. "What's with the weird drop in temperature?" Gustav said internally as he kept swimming forward. Chapter 887. The masked location almost there. "What's with the weird drop in temperature?" Gustav said internally as he kept swimming forward. The further he went, the lower the temperature underwater dropped. Surprisingly, despite the temperature reducing exponentially, this area underwater remained solid and didn't turn to frost. Gustav kept traveling towards the next point, and at this time he activated God Eyes after sensing structures up ahead. The terrain of the ocean floor had slanted in a diagonal format and was also further descending lower up ahead. Gustav's eyes peered further and noticed there was an underwater rock towards the southwest area up ahead, several hundred feet tall. At the top of this underwater rock that spans across several kilometers, a large circular-shaped structure with cracks and a missing roofing area could be seen atop it. This exact location was the same marker on the map. Gustav had finally arrived at the last location. The temperature had dropped to a very low point, and some areas on the ocean floor were whitish. The circular-shaped building that looked quite desolate also had whitish coloring at different spots. Gustav slowed his swimming down at this point and moved in the direction of the underwater rock. He swam up and landed directly by the side of the building. Gustav looked around, and he could see that within the building there were a lot of smashed pieces of tools, technology, and all sorts of things. It was difficult to tell exactly what it was one was looking at when they stared at the pile of rubble, but this place was practically similar to the other marked locations Gustav had been checking out earlier. The only difference was the building looked way more intact than the rest. Nevertheless, Gustav moved into the building and looked around while holding onto a pale yellow card with hints of red. The circular building was larger than the size of a stadium, so he made sure to move to every nook and cranny of the area while holding the card. However, even with that, there was no response from the card, which meant this was yet another location where he had to rule out the presence of the emblem. Gustav brought out the ruby once more and stared at the map. Truly, this was the last location blinking on the map, and even the map ended at this particular location. Gustav spotted something while checking the map once more. It had been guised so perfectly that he didn't see it beforehand, but due to still having God eyes activated while he stared at the map, he noticed this. There's another location underneath this one? Gustav thought with a look of astonishment. The last location on the map, blinking with red light like the others, had a very small red light, just like it blinking right underneath it. They were in sync, blinking at the same rate, but God eyes had caught the one difference they had that would be missed by anyone who stared at it. One would definitely think it was just a single light blinking, whereas it was two. Gustav swam upwards a bit and looked down with God eyes still activated. His sight peered into the ground atop this rock area, but he was unable to see any underground passageway at the top. Everything was solid for over 100 feet. Gustav was a bit confused about the situation, so he decided to swim further upwards to get a wider range of view using God eyes. He finally spotted what seemed to be an entrance at the foot of the rock on the east side. There was a kind of pathway within the foot of the rock that extended further down into the ocean floor. Gustav swam towards the foot of the mountain and moved towards the area he had spotted the passageway within the rock. Landing right in front, one couldn't see any passageway or any signs that beyond the rocky covering there was a passageway. Gustav guessed there was most likely a kind of activation that was needed for the rocky covering to open up and reveal the doorway beyond. He inspected the outer rocky covering for some time, and even with God eyes, he couldn't figure out how it was supposed to be bypassed. Gustav brought out the ruby once more and moved it closer to the rock to see if there'd be any reaction, but there was none whatsoever. Looks like I have no other option but to smash through it, Gustav thought after trying different approaches. He would rather not do this because he didn't know what to expect if he used a violent approach. Although he hadn't spotted any traps of the sort with God eyes, from what he had noticed so far, God eyes was limited underwater to a certain extent. Gustav's arms enlarged as he tightened his fist and slightly raised his right hand. He was ready to destroy the outer covering of the rock when his perception picked up on something. A fast-moving underwater vehicle headed in this direction from the south. Gustav's perception had picked up on it a few miles before it got to his precise location, but it had already closed in the distance by more than half in barely a few moments. He wanted to move towards a corner and hide, but the moment he turned around to stare in the direction of the underwater vehicle, a blue beam was already headed for his location. Fwai Gruklul. Waves thrashed about the place as Gustav moved as quickly as he could towards the side. Boom! A part of the beam slammed into his right side, sending him spiraling along with the harsh current generated from the blast. Bam! Gustav hit the rock behind, causing the entirety of it to tremble for a bit. He groaned a little as he tried stabilizing himself. By the time he managed to stabilize himself, the bungalow-sized underwater vehicle had already arrived in front of the rock. Another beam was shot out, and this time Gustav placed his hand on the rock, causing icicle-like rocks to shot out of it intensely and form a barrier in front of him. Chapter 888. Battling the two unknown assailants. Boom. Even though parts of the barrier made from the Iro silk crumbled, Gustav was still in one piece as he moved out of the way. Two figures clad in dark robes dropped out of the underwater vehicle an instant later and stared at Gustav with cautious looks. One was a lady with a buxom figure and blue scale-like lines on her face. Her hair was ocean blue as well and reached down to the back of her thighs. The other was a man with a bald head completely tattooed with blue color. A part of the tattoo from his bald head extended to his left, which looked like the tail of an unknown creature. Who are these two? Gustav wondered while floating several 10 feet ahead of them. He couldn't outrightly question their purpose here, since he was holding his breath and couldn't speak underwater. I recognize him. It's the kid the MBO sent, the man voiced out with a cautious tone. He is no ordinary officer. Fackle, we have to inform Master first. Phil voiced out as she prepared to activate a communication device, but then... Fackle had already lunged forward. We have to end him as soon as possible before he draws any others here, Fackle shouted out as he arrived in front of Gustav while a ball of corroding liquid appeared in his palm. Gustav raised his right hand and grabbed hold of Fackle's wrist before his attack could connect and thrust out his left palm at the same instant. Palm strike has been activated, bam. His palm strike was blocked by Phil, who had suddenly arrived by Fackle's side. Phil raised her left hand after blocking Gustav's attack with her right and chopped down. Bam! Waves of current blasted across the place as Gustav was sent tumbling down. What was that? Underwater teleportation? Gustav was surprised he was barely able to react to Phil's speed. Gustav didn't even have time to analyze Phil's speed before both of them swam downwards, arriving in front of him once more. Gustav could already tell that both of them were faster than him underwater, especially Phil, so he had to increase his reaction speed to their attacks. Both Fackle's hands generated balls of corroding liquid that affected the entire place as he attacked Gustav from up front. Gustav could feel the intensity of the corrosion despite not making contact. Since it was underwater, it affected the whole vicinity and caused part of the rock behind them to crumble down in some areas. Bam! Bam! Gustav managed to block both of Fackle's arms swinging towards him and held him in place before turning him around. Bam! Phil, who had appeared behind Gustav earlier, already swung her fist forward, which ended up colliding with Fackle's back. The intensity behind the punch sent both Fackle and Gustav rolling backwards with the current created. Arg! Fackle groaned in pain after the fist was unleashed on his back. Phil gritted her teeth after making the mistake and suddenly turned into bubbles. This time Gustav saw it happen. Bubbling sounds were heard from behind as she reappeared right behind him. Gustav was able to grab hold of her outstretched hand before it could make contact with him and went on to engage her in close-quarter combat. Bam! 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 Heavy currents were generated across the place as both of them clashed, repeatedly throwing fists and punches at each other. Phil would dissipate into bubbles and appear on Gustav's blind spots before sending out attacks. Fortunately, Gustav's perception made it, so he was able to pick up on her reappearance instantly. However, he would be slow in countering sometimes due to his speed underwater being greatly reduced. This resulted in him taking damage occasionally. At this point, Gustav was cursing at the fact that he didn't have a transformation that would boost his strength underwater. He was skeptical about using the ultimate combination form at the moment because he saw that as one of his last resort power boosts. Gustav knew the location of the fight wasn't favorable to him, especially since these two seemed to have buffed up movement speed underwater. Fackle, who had stabilized himself after some time, finally came back to join the fight, and things became even harder for Gustav. He decided to use the demonic bunny transformation at this point, turning into a dark, muscular-looking, 12-feet-tall bunny with dark horns. Kyra, opening his mouth, sonic waves blasted out of them, forcing both opponents back in the direction they came charging from. Gustav didn't stop and sent out sonic waves, repeatedly causing Phil to slam into the vehicle they came in. Boom! An explosion happened underwater as she blasted through it with her body and kept spiraling further away with the waves. Phil! Fackle yelled out as he turned to face the direction she was being pushed in. Gustav appeared behind him with his fist hurling forward. Bang! Fukel back, caved in as he was sent spiraling forward. Swayayayay! Gustav swam forward with intense speed and joined both hands together before sending a conjoined punch down towards Fackle's head. Bang! Waves blasted across the place as Fackle's body fell to the bottom of the ocean and blasted further into the ocean floor. Thwaish, at the top of the ocean, high waves of water had been blasted upwards due to the fight happening underneath. Gustav swam downwards as fast as he could to land another blow, but then the water all around him began to bubble intensely. Unlike the other times where he could tell where Shed reappear from, Gustav was unable to tell this time, because even his perception was being tricked. The entire vicinity was bubbling across a radius of more than 100 feet. All of a sudden, Gustav found his body being wrapped by massive, beastly arms with scales and claws. Before he could react to that, he had been dragged towards the ocean floor. Boom! Debris and sand blasted across the place as a powerful collision was made with the ocean floor. Chapter 889. Displacing the ocean waves. Boom! Debris and sand spread across the place as a powerful collision was made with the ocean floor. Gustav felt claws on his shoulder and back, pinning him to the ocean floor that had just been leveled with his body. Above him was a massive blue, scaled, draconic figure with ram horns. The eyes of this draconic figure radiated with an ocean-colored glow as it stomped Gustav further into the ocean floor. Its wings spread across the place, and it flapped repeatedly, causing an intense waterspout. Gustav's body got pulled into the waterspout, and he found himself spinning across the place with it. Bam! A massive claw appeared out of nowhere and slashed against his chest, sending him further into the waterspout that was teeming with sand and all sorts of things that could be found at the bottom of the ocean. Phil would occasionally appear and reappear, attacking Gustav. As Gustav was being shoved across the place due to the force of the intense waterspout, he was barely able to defend himself from the attacks of Phil. Phil controlled the waterspout as she willed, totally putting Gustav in a state of unbalance. All he could see was dirt and floating objects clouding his view and slamming into him repeatedly as he got tossed around intensely. A normal person would have been ripped to shreds at this point, but Gustav was still whole. Although the same couldn't be said about his clothes. Fackel, who was initially beaten down by Gustav, had recovered now. He transformed into a draconic figure as well, with bluish scales mixed with brown. He didn't look as majestic as Phil, nor was he as large, but then his eyes seemed to be gleaming with violet light. "I'll finish him with this," he voiced out as he positioned himself several feet from the spiraling waterspout. It was as if they were both unaffected by the waterspout, despite the fact that it was pulling everything within a radius of 3,000 feet towards it. The intensity within was something Gustav, however, he would have found a way to escape from it by now if he wasn't getting attacked occasionally by Phil, who was making it immensely difficult for him to find stability. Gustav's perception was nearly useless in this situation, along with God's eyes. Fackel's mouth gathered a spiraling blue ball in front, causing the entire vicinity to start bubbling from corrosion. Gustav could feel his skin start to boil, although the attack was still being formed. Although his senses were being affected from getting knocked around, he could still roughly pick up on the fact that one of them was about to use a powerful attack that would most likely cause a lot of damage. "I have to do something," Gustav thought as he decided on the best course of action, while also raising his arms to block another attack from Phil. Bang! He got tossed further into the waterspout, once more as long gashes appeared on his arms, drawing out a bit of blood. This attack is powerful enough to burn down an entire mountain in seconds. "He won't survive," Fackel said internally as the blue ball causing the water to sizzle became thrice as large as a boulder. "Die," he voiced out as he released the attack. "Phew home, SSHHCZHHHHHCZ." The water sizzled and bubbled even more as the ball shot forward with speed towards the direction of the waterspout. At this same time, Phil had appeared right in front of Gustav to give him a quick hit before disappearing, so Fackel's attack could do the rest. However, this time, she had no idea that Gustav was already anticipating her attack. The moment her claws appeared in front of him, Gustav reached out and grabbed hold of them. Power boost has been activated. Gustav's strength increased by a notch as he held on to the arms of the draconic figure. Phil voiced out with a shocked tone. He managed to trap Phil in place, and despite her struggling to get him to release her, she was unable to do so for a few moments. Gravitational displacement has been activated just when the attack was about to hit. Energy discharge has been activated. Boom! The activation of gravitational displacement along with energy discharge sent forth a reddish blast from Gustav's figure that pushed all the water around him aside. Boom! From above, it could be seen that a large hole had been blasted within a part of the ocean, and waves of water were being pushed aside. The far bottom of the ocean could be seen as reddish energy at the ocean floor, violently pushing aside bodies of water, causing immense waves to spread across a radius of more than 11 miles. Gustav, who was at the bottom of the ocean, still holding on to Phil, landed on the ocean ground as the entire space was now void of water. Walls of waves surrounded them on all sides, but due to the intense push of the energy, blast along with the gravitational displacement, the space would be clear of the water for some time. "Advantage," Gustav mumbled as he stared at the dumbstruck Phil. Ultimate combination form has been activated. Gustav's skin turned silvery as he enlarged in size and grew a pair of radiant-looking horns glowing with majestic light. "How did you—" Phil was about to speak when she sensed the powerful surge of energy from Gustav. She tried disappearing, but not being submerged in a body of water. She was unable to do so, and her strength had decreased drastically. Fackel, who had been knocked several hundred feet away from the blast, found himself on wet ground. What happened? He slowly picked his battered self up as blood oozed out from several of his orifices. His eyes widened as he looked around and saw the waves of water, suspended in place around them like walls. What the hell? He couldn't help but voice out, but at the same moment, he sensed an immense power surge from up ahead. He looked forward and could see the glowing silvery being that Gustav had become with Phil in his hold, unable to free herself. Chapter 890. Battling the two unknown assailants. Boom. Even though parts of the barrier made from the Iro silk crumbled, Gustav was still in one piece as he moved out of the way. Two figures clad in dark robes dropped out of the underwater vehicle an instant later and stared at Gustav with cautious looks. One was a lady with a buxom figure and blue scale-like lines on her face. Her hair was ocean blue as well and reached down to the back of her thighs. The other was a man with a bald head, completely tattooed with blue color. A part of the tattoo from his bald head extended to his left eye, which looked like the tail of an unknown creature. Who are these two? Gustav wondered while floating several 10 feet ahead of them. He couldn't outrightly question their purpose here, since he was holding his breath and couldn't speak underwater. "I recognize him. It's the kid the MBO sent," the man voiced out with a cautious tone. "He is no ordinary officer. Fackel, we have to inform Master first," Phil voiced out as she prepared to activate a communication device, but then Fackel had already lunged forward. "We have to end him as soon as possible before he draws any others here," Fackel shouted out as he arrived in front of Gustav while a ball of corroding liquid appeared in his palm. Gustav raised his right hand and grabbed hold of Fake's wrist before his attack could connect and thrust out his left palm at the same instant. "Palm strike has been activated. Barn." His palm strike was blocked by Fit, who had suddenly arrived by Fackel's side. Phil raised her left hand after blocking Gustav's attack with her right and chopped down. Barn. Waves of current blasted across the place as Gustav was sent tumbling down. What was that? Underwater teleportation? Gustav was surprised he was barely able to react to Phil's speed. Gustav didn't even have time to analyze Phil's speed before both of them swam downwards, arriving in front of him once more. Gustav could already tell that both of them were faster than him underwater, especially Phil, so he had to increase his reaction speed to their attacks. Both Fackel's hands generated balls of corroding liquid that affected the entire place as he attacked Gustav from up front. Gustav could feel the intensity of the corrosion despite not making contact. Since it was underwater, it affected the whole vicinity and caused part of the rock behind them to crumble down in some areas. Barn. Bam. Gustav managed to block both of Fackel's arms swinging towards him and held him in place before turning him around. Barn. Phil, who had appeared behind Gustav earlier, already swung her fist forward, which ended up colliding with Fackel's back. The intensity behind the punch sent both Fackel and Gustav rolling backwards with the current created. Arg. Fackle groaned in pain after the fist was unleashed on his back. Phil gritted her teeth after making the mistake and suddenly turned into bubbles. This time Gustav saw it happen. Bubbling sounds were heard from behind as she reappeared right behind him. Gustav was able to grab hold of her outstretched hand before it could make contact with him and went on to engage her in close-quarter combat. Barn! Bam! Bam! Heavy currents were generated across the place as both of them clashed, repeatedly throwing fists and punches at each other. Phil would dissipate into bubbles and appear on Gustav's blind spots before sending out attacks. Fortunately, Gustav's perception made it, so he was able to pick up on her reappearance instantly. However, he would be slow in countering sometimes due to his speed underwater being greatly reduced. This resulted in him taking damage occasionally. At this point, Gustav was cursing at the fact that he didn't have a transformation that would boost his strength underwater. He was skeptical about using the ultimate combination form at the moment because he saw that as one of his last resort power boosts. Gustav knew the location of the fight wasn't favorable to him, especially since these two seemed to have buffed up movement speed underwater. Fackle, who had stabilized himself after some time, finally came back to join the fight, and things became even harder for Gusty. He decided to use the demonic bunny transformation at this point, turning into a dark, muscular-looking, 12-feet-tall bunny with dark horns. Kyra opening his mouth, sonic waves blasted out of them, forcing both opponents back in the direction they came charging from. Gustav didn't stop and sent out sonic waves, repeatedly causing Phil to slam into the vehicle they came in. Boom! An explosion happened underwater as she blasted through it with her body and kept spiraling further away with the waves. Phil! Fackle yelled out as he turned to face the direction she was being pushed in. Gustav appeared behind him with his fist hurling forward. Bang! Fukel back, caved in as he was sent spiraling forward. SWW, Gustav swam forward with intense speed and joined both hands together before sending a conjoined punch down towards Fackle's head. Bang! Waves blasted across the place as Fackle's body fell to the bottom of the ocean and blasted further into the ocean floor. Thwaish, at the top of the ocean, high waves of water had been blasted upwards due to the fight happening underneath. Gustav swam downwards as fast as he could to land another blow, but then the water all around him began to bubble intensely. Unlike the other times where he could tell where Shed reappear from, Gustav was unable to tell this time because even his perception was being tricked. The entire vicinity was bubbling across a radius of more than 100 feet. All of a sudden, Gustav found his body being wrapped by massive, beastly arms with scales and claws. Before he could react to that, he had been dragged towards the ocean floor. Boom! Debris and sand blasted across the place as a powerful collision was made with the ocean floor. Chapter 891. Finding the wanted item. Extraction complete. Host has acquired Grade Aqua Draconic Bloodline. Gustav stood to his feet after the acquisition was completed. The whole process only lasted for about 30 seconds. It was not so slow that Gustav didn't have to worry about taking too much time to acquire Bloodline, but he couldn't be bothered to take Fackles. Gustav hurried towards the rocky area up ahead after completing this, which was still several hundred feet away. He would have loved to destroy the corpses, so there would not be any lingering evidence of battle, but there was no time for that as well. The bloody corpses were bound to attract sea creatures, so he wasn't too worried since they would most likely be eaten up before anyone got here. Gustav arrived in front of the east area of the rocky, last marked location on the map. Despite their battle that wreaked a lot of havoc on the surroundings, this rock was still intact. The battle had ended quite a distance from here, but at the very least there would be some damage here since there was a lot of destruction, but the rock didn't even look like it took any damage. The building atop it took more damage and got even more demolished. This made Gustav understand that destroying the outer covering of the rock to reveal the passageway would have been a much more difficult task than he anticipated. Ting! Ting! The circular item in his grasp began to beep the moment Gustav stretched it forward towards the rocky wall. A rumbling sound echoed across the place as the area of the ocean floor Gustav was standing on began to vibrate. A circular outline appeared around Gustav on the ocean floor. Grrrchichh, a huge part of the rocky wall shifted inside and then upwards as the floor beneath Gustav's feet began to move forward after the opening into this dark part was revealed. It moved Gustav into this dark pathway that extended downwards as the opening behind closed up. Streams of water had moved in as well, but there seemed to be some filtering holes built into this pathway which directed the current elsewhere. The water cleared up, and now Gustav was being moved down this dark space atop the initial ocean floor, which was something like an elevator. The pathway was built in a diagonal format, so the platform descending was pushing down across the slanted ground. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav activated God Eyes as he descended through this dark pathway. It extended so deep downwards it took some time before Gustav's sight got to the bottom of the descending pathway. It looked like there was a hallway at the bottom that led towards a space up ahead. I should really thank those two for coming after me, Gustav thought as he descended downwards. Getting into this place would have been an issue if the battle between Phil and Fackel didn't happen. They practically brought the key to him and also added a new bloodline, so Gustav had gained in more ways than one. Retracting his sight, Gustav figured that there were still at least 10,000 feet more to descend before getting to the bottom. His knees lowered as he crouched a bit before leaping off the descending platform. Fwai! Gustav fell across the air speedily, descending past several thousand feet in nearly an instant. Bam! He landed somewhere up ahead and leapt forward once more. Fwai! His body traveled across the air and downward speedily before landing somewhere up ahead again. Bam! Only a few hundred feet were left at this point, so he just kept sliding down with his feet. Gustav arrived at the bottom in a moment and began moving forward. Red lights began to switch on as he walked down the dark hallway. What appeared in his line of sight up ahead was a spacious area, half the size of a football field. He looked around and spotted multiple technology types of equipment lined up at a side. Computers and other items that looked like they were no longer in use were scattered across the place. A large table was placed in the south area and some doors at different corners, which probably led to different places. On the east side of the wall, a glowing drawing of what looked like a two-headed dragon with one head being red and the other being blue could be seen. Unlike the drawing on the emblem of the Vertigons, this one looked rather scary and HD, a cross of skulls wrapped around its body. However, all of these didn't really pique Gustav's interest. Beep, 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 beep. A beeping sound was coming from the yellowish card in his storage device. Gustav didn't even bother bringing it out. He looked up as his eyes locked on the transparent, tub-like storage hanging from the ceiling area. What could be seen within was a flat, diamond-shaped object. It was gold and white with sharp-looking edges. In the middle was the carving of a three-headed, draconic-like creature. All in all, this item looked quite domineering as well as luxurious and exuded mystical energy that seemed like it was being restricted by the tub it was kept in. This was the item that was being sought after all this time. The Vertigan emblem. It was underwater all along. It all makes sense now, Gustav said internally as he moved towards the middle of the space. Phoom! He leapt upward with his arm arched downwards and threw an uppercut at the tub. Boom! The tub blasted to pieces the moment collision was made, and Gustav spread his hands to catch the emblem the moment it got freed. However, the moment Gustav was about to make contact with it, Thrai! A blast of energy burst forth from it that slammed into Gustav and sent him flying across the place. Bam! He slammed into the wall as the emblem fell to the floor and got embedded in the tiles after the heavy impact. Chapter 892. Powerful presence that rejected my presence? Gustav thought as he pulled himself up after sliding down the wall. He was unaffected by the blast of energy. He felt it wasn't trying to hurt him since it just pushed him away like a warning instead of actively sending out a more powerful energy. Gustav could sense a bit of sentience now that the tub was destroyed and the emblem was free. He began to move towards the spot where the emblem was embedded in. The closer he got, the more it glowed up. It was as if it was warning Gustav not to come any closer or it would blast out the same energy as before. "I am here to return you to your rightful owner," Gustav voiced out as he closed in on it. However, his words did not seem to be getting through as the glow turned even fiercer the closer he got to it. Gustav voiced out the words again, but it was still the same thing. He had two thoughts in his mind at this point. Either head overpower the energy blast of the emblem and take it by force, or head try using mental manipulation to pass his message across to it. He couldn't waste any more time staying here, as he didn't know what he was up against yet. He felt the first option was not very viable, since it has been said that the emblem is very powerful. Who knew if it would send out a blast that would obliterate the entire surroundings if he tried to take it by force? He had no idea the technique they used to steal it in the first place, so he had to work his way around the situation himself. Mental manipulation has been activated. Gustav instantly connected his mind to that of the small mental signal the sentience of the emblem was emitting. "Your rightful owner is my friend. I'm here to take you back." Gustav sent this message mentally and proceeded to attach an image from his mind where he and Stark were discussing. Although mental manipulation was a faulty bloodline that made it incapable of taking over someone's mind, he could still do this much. The glow emitting from the emblem began to die down after Gustav performed this action. He slowly began to walk towards it after feeling like it had acknowledged that he wasn't hostile. Their life signals disappeared. A masculine tone filled with wariness and suspiciousness could be heard. "Yes, Master. We are unable to communicate with both Phil and Fackle in the last 30 minutes, the person standing in front of who had spoken earlier responded. Both figures stood atop a massive tower that extended into the skies above. Fog could be seen around them, as well as clouds. The one who was being referred to as Master was about 57 in height and had a backward, C-shaped scar on his forehead. He was clad in a blue and red robe, while the one reporting to him was clad in a black robe like Fackle and Phil. "What of the Tri-Diver? Can the location be pinpointed?" The Master asked. "It cannot. We have lost communication to that as well," the other one answered while shaking his head. "However, Master, we do have readings of the location where its signal disappeared." The man voiced once more. "Where?" the Master asked. The man in the black robe hesitated a little before answering. "Master, it's at one of the base locations." "The last one in particular," he answered. "That's—" The Master's eyes widened as he heard that. "That location is off limits and must not be discovered by anyone. What are we waiting for? Gather everyone, we're going there right now." He yelled out as he moved towards the ledge of the rooftop. Moss. "Master, are you going there as well?" he asked with a look of shock. "Gather everyone and meet me there," he voiced with a strong tone as his eyes glowed up. His left eye radiated with a blue glow, while his right radiated with a red glow. He leapt forward while transforming into a massive draconic figure. Fwai, he ascended into the clouds and phased forward with immense speed before arriving above the ocean in the blink of an eye. It would seem their previous location wasn't too far from one of the edges of the island. Fwoo! A tornado formed in the sky and began descending toward the ocean with immense speed. Twayush streams of water blasted upward as the tornado, which was the Master in disguise, pierced into the ocean and descended to the bottom instantly. "Finally, it's time to leave," Gustav said internally as he swam towards the top of the ocean. He arrived at the top after a few seconds and began swimming towards the edge, which was a couple of kilometers away since he had gotten a good distance away from shore. It was still morning, but the time was getting close to noon at this point. Gustav swam as quickly as he could, not wanting to be in this area anymore, but all of a sudden there was a massive disturbance in the water. Waves began to gather from the far west, and for reasons unknown, they kept rising. It rose to a height of several hundred feet in a couple of seconds, and it seemed to be rushing towards Gustav's area with speed. Hover has been activated. His body ascended out of the water as he flew speedily towards the shore. Flyey, he was able to get to the shore in nearly an instant, but the waves didn't stop accumulating and rose to a height of more than 1,000 feet while spreading across a width of several hundred miles. It had risen so high that even the sunlight had been bloated out, making the entire vicinity turn dark. Within the scary body of waves, Gustav could sense energy from a beta, ranked, mixed blood. The waves that were spreading had gone beyond the shore and were now aiming to swallow Gustav up. Zing! Chapter 893. I'm starting to doubt your sexuality. The waves that were spreading had gone beyond the shore and were aiming to swallow Gustav up. At this point, Gustav already had his hand on his left wrist. A bluish bracelet that wasn't visible initially appeared on it. Gustav was still flying away as quickly as he could, and wings had already sprouted out of his back. However, he knew he'd be unable to outrun this wave that was chasing after him as they had surrounded him from all sides. You will perish here. A loud voice was heard from all sides. At the last moment when he was about to be swallowed up, Gustav activated God Eyes. Gotcha, he said internally as a bright blue light engulfed his entire figure. Zing! He disappeared in the next instant as the ocean of waves connected and crashed atop a forest with multiple mountains. The entire place was instantly turned into a large river as the currents ripped hundreds of trees from the ground and caused some of the mountains to crumble. The entire vicinity trembled immensely, and it looked like no living thing in that area would survive such a downpour. All through, no face was spotted, and neither was the body of the presence responsible for this, so it looked like a tsunami was responsible. However, this was way crazier than a tsunami and had a much more devastating impact on the surroundings. The presence disappeared a few moments later after sensing that it had missed its prey. Zing! Gustav appeared in his room within the Vertigon's main residence. Splash! A jet of water appeared with him, which ended up dousing the room a bit. That was close. I would have to use Yarki if he had caught me, Gustav said internally as he wiped his water-soaked face. His hair had stuck to some parts of his face and looked very slippery due to wetness. Gustav was currently in black tattered shorts. All his clothes had been ripped off during battle earlier. He was glad he put a marker in this room with his dimensional bracelet, if not he'd have teleported to a location where everyone would get to feast their eyes on his half-naked body. I should have worn the special combat suit underneath, Gustav thought, and decided he would do that next time. He didn't expect the last 12 hours to go the way it went. Everything now made sense. At least I got the price, Gustav muttered as a head-sized C-shaped item appeared in his hand. It was the emblem of the Vertigon family. The moment it appeared from his storage device, it sent forth a weird discharge of energy that spread across the entire household. Hold on! I'll take you to him after wearing some clothes, Gustav voiced out and placed the emblem on his bed. He moved to put on some new clothes. Meanwhile, all across the household in different spots, the emblem. That's the emblem. The emblem has been found. The family members recognized the energy signature of the emblem and were instantly able to tell that it had been retrieved. Everyone began moving towards the precise spot where the signal was sent from. Bang! Bang! Stark! Open the goddamn door. In one area of the house, a beautiful, dark-skinned lady banged on the first door in a corridor. I am coming. A response was heard from within with a low sigh. Click! The door opened up slightly a few moments later, and Stark pushed his head forward from the small space he opened. Didn't you sense it? The emblem has been retrieved. The dark-skinned lady who had similar facial features to Stark voiced out. I was going to come out later, Lyra. Stark responded with a weary tone. You're so irresponsible. Lyra, who was one of Stark's 3 big sisters, voiced out. Yeah, so who retrieved it? He proceeded to ask. Officer Crimson, she stated. His weary eyes suddenly gleamed with a look of interest as he heard that. Let's go, he said while walking out of his room in his pajamas and closing the door behind him. Lyra had a look of awe and confusion mixed as she stared at Stark's back while he walked down the hallway. I guess all I need to do to get him interested in something now is to call Gustav's name, she said with a tone of annoyance. I can hear you, big sis, Stark voiced out from up ahead. I'm starting to doubt your sexuality, Lyra voiced out as she followed behind him. Minutes later, all the adult main family members were gathered in one of the living rooms. Here, Gustav voiced out as he passed the emblem to Madame Lillian. Thank you, Officer Crimson. You have saved the Main family from so much negativity that would have occurred if this wasn't found, she said with an appreciative tone. I'm just doing my job, Gustav answered with a straight face. How did you find it? I mean, where? Uncle Bela was the first to ask the question that was on the minds of so many of them. Well, it wasn't too difficult, but I'll keep that information to myself until I find the rest of the culprits, Gustav voiced out with an unbothered tone. You will keep the information to yourself? How is? Uncle Bela's face hardened as he voiced out, but before he could complete his sentence, Madame Lillian interrupted. Relax, Bela. Officer Crimson has mentioned earlier that he will only reveal information to me and Stark. He is still doing his job and doesn't want it to be jeopardized, she voiced out. Yes, relax, Uncle. I'm sure Gustav will fill us in. Stark finally spoke as well. Uncle Bela and some of the other main family members still had unsatisfied looks on their faces, but they decided to back down. Their annoyance was justifiable since no one liked to be treated as a suspect. There was still a brief discussion between all of the family members, and Gustav mentioned that he was onto the culprits already. Chapter 894, Cult? He mentioned he couldn't get any of them, yet cause the circumstances were unfortunate and he had to end their lives. He told them the investigation wasn't over until he found everyone that had a hand in the disappearance of the emblem. Gustav followed Madame Lillian and Stark to the vault room where they kept all sorts of important artifacts and expensive items that depicted their massive wealth. Are you sure it's going to be safe here? Gustav asked as he watched the guards place the emblem back into the C-shaped platform it was initially stored in. The guards will be doubled and eyes will be on the emblem 24/7. Besides, we're all here and no one is going on any vacation till the ceremony, so it's way safer than it was before, Madame Lillian answered. I will personally keep watch over it till the ceremony, Uncle Bela voiced from the side. They'll see who has the guts to try and get in here to steal it, he added with a strong tone of confidence. Why not just have the ceremony right now, so Stark can merge with the emblem? Gustav asked with a contemplative look. Because some procedures need to be put in place first, which will take about 2 days, Madame Lillian answered. All right, Gustav muttered with a look of understanding. Stark stood up ahead, staring at the emblem after it got placed back in the storage platform. Gustav, you're still looking for the culprits, right? Stark asked, and Gustav nodded softly. I can help, Stark said while turning around. How so? Gustav questioned. I can retrace the movement of the emblem and pinpoint the areas it had been in within the last month. Now that I have made contact with it once again. It's possible to do that, Stark explained. No, you can't be out there during this period. You have to stay in here till the ceremony begins. One of the uncles voiced out from the side. He's right, you can't be out there right now, Madame Lillian agreed. Come on, Mum. Uncles, I can take care of myself. Stark voiced out like an aggrieved child that was always being placed under lock and key by parental figures. It's dangerous. We don't even know what we're dealing with yet, since Officer Crimson here has refused to tell us anything. Uncle Bela also voiced his disagreement. He's strong enough to protect me. Besides, we won't be going after them alone. Won't some of the guards be following us? Stark stated, I could use all the help I can get. What we're dealing with is no small opposition. Gustav finally spoke. The vicinity turned quiet as Gustav voiced out. From the tone he used, it seemed like some serious force was responsible for this. You see, Mom, I should help as much as I can, so we can finally put everything to an end and Officer Crimson can complete his assignment here. Stark voiced out. Fine, but I'll only give the go-ahead after listening to Gustav's narration on the train of events that happened when he was retrieving the emblem, Madame Lillian answered. They proceeded to move to a secluded space within the household which looked like a library. A technological device that prevented voice leaks or any form of spying tools was activated while they discussed. So you're saying you saw a sign or an emblem that looked like the opposite of how the dragon on our family emblem looks? Madame Lillian asked. Not opposite, just more sinister looking. The emblem has 3 heads, but this has just 2, with one being red and the other being blue, Gustav explained. It's definitely a cult logo. I thought those were cleared out in the family long ago. Stark said with a tone of confusion as he turned to face his mom. It would seem they were not cleared out completely. This one, in particular, doesn't seem so familiar, Madame Lillian said with a look of contemplation. Is it like an organization that has something against the main family? Gustav asked as he seemed to have caught onto some hints from their response. Yes, but they were all wiped out in the past. We never knew there were any new ones opposing us from the shadows. They mostly want to change things and have the intention of making the family more public than private. I guess they were trying to harness the power of the emblem. Madame Lillian voiced out her thoughts at length. I see. I guess that makes sense. There's no doubt that they are Vertigons as well, but they are dissatisfied with the state of things, Gustav mumbled. He had already narrated his experience to them in the last 12 hours and how much he had to look to find the place. They explained to Gustav that those demolished structures he found underwater were initially for a project the Vertigons were working on. The handling of the project was given to a family branch head who, according to Madame Lillian, died a few years back. The project didn't go so well, and the structures they built underwater were mostly destroyed by some unfathomable strong abnormal torrents. They appeared at certain periods. Besides that, the structures underwater would be attacked by massive underwater mixed breeds, and this part of the world had so many of them. If it was anywhere else, they would have succeeded, but because it was around the island, they were having difficulty setting it up. The project was abandoned for a while along with the demolished structures, and then a few years after abandonment, the family branch head who was in charge of it at the time died. This person would have been the first Gustav would question after finding the emblem in one of the supposed structures they were building, but since he was dead, that was not possible. The question now was who had access to all the plans and setup for the project, since all of these had happened after his death. If they could find this person, they would figure out the mastermind. Chapter 895. Ruling out the prime suspects. The question now was who had access to all the plans and setup for the project, since all of these had happened after his death. If they could find this person, they would figure out the mastermind. Gustav's next guess was whoever became the next head, but one couldn't just accuse a person like that without evidence. Someone came after me while I was trying to get away with the emblem, Gustav stated. Stark and his mother both turned to face Gustav with an attentive look after hearing that. A beta ranked mixed blood, Gustav added. Madame Lillian had a look of astonishment after hearing that. There was not a lot of them on the island. Only about 5 mixed bloods here had managed to achieve the beta rank, and 2 of them came from the main household. The other 3 were different branches' heads. The alpha-ranked mixed bloods that protected the main family were usually hidden in the shadows, so they weren't known like the others. That's dangerous. We might have to bring Viltru out of the shadows to keep Stark safe as he embarks on the mission with you, Madame Lillian decided after hearing that there was such a powerful mixed blood amongst the opposition. I did mention that I need all the help I can get. Gustav hinted that this was one of the reasons he mentioned that. The tsunami that hit the southwest part of the island. That was his doing, Gustav added. Stark had a look of confusion since he hadn't heard about it, but Madame Lillian, being the one in charge of the city, was well aware of the happening. It had been broadcasted on the island media outlet and was said to be an unusual tsunami since it wiped out the forestry in that area along with some mountains. They had blamed it on the weather, but now that Gustav had confirmed it was done by one of their oppositions, things that didn't add up initially were starting to make sense. "Did you see his face?" Stark asked. "He wasn't in human form." "But I did see something that can help," Gustav responded as he recalled what he saw before he got teleported away. That brief instant between the period where the dimensional bracelet was activated and when Gustav was teleported away, he had activated life signs tracking. He peered at the enemy life sign and was able to recall it. Now he could track him down using this. The only reason why Stark would be of help was that Gustav knew they had multiple other members, due to the ones he already battled earlier. It would make it easier to find the others besides this person, who Gustav suspected might be the main power behind the opposition. He already told them about his battle underwater initially, so they knew there were others to find. "I should gather a troop of our finest forces, so they can raid the locations together with you too," Madame Lillian voiced out. "I only need the help of your Alpha, rank member when going after the Beta, ranked mixed blood. He has to be amongst the leaders," Gustav voiced out. Madame Lillian agreed and stated that when Gustav found the location, he should communicate with her. They went on to speak for a few more minutes, making plans, and Gustav revealing how the operation would begin by nightfall when he was done with all his preparations and investigation. Gustav later moved back to his room around noon. Gustav still had footage displaying the 12 he had been watching the whole time within his room. He began to play back everything that had happened within every tape in the last 16 hours that he was indisposed. Gustav was hoping to spot something that could link to this case in one way or the other. He sped up the playback, and everything was moving extremely fast, but with God eyes it was easy for him to watch everything at fast speed and not miss a single second despite the speed. In 3 hours, everything that happened in the last 16 hours with all the suspects he was keeping his eyes on had been displayed completely. Gustav had watched every single one of them all the same time and was able to create slots in his mind where he was able to draft important happenings from each footage. With me retrieving the emblem, there would definitely be some kind of reaction or emergency meeting that would have taken place. If any of them visit any strange place that isn't usually a part of their schedule or have any weird communication, they are definitely a part of this. This was what Gustav thought before he started watching the playback of the footage. Now that he was done, 2 people out of the 12 were deemed even more suspicious, while the other 10 hadn't engaged in any suspicious activities. At this point, it was okay to give the 10 a benefit of the doubt that they were actually innocent, while Gustav would be able to focus on the other 2. Coterio and Tridisilham. "I just need some concrete evidence before making any move," Gustav mumbled as he stared at the 2 projections side by side. At this point, where he ruled out the other 10 not being suspicious, he decided to highlight both footage displaying the 2 main suspects and place them side by side. At the moment, family branch head Coterio sat atop a mountain region, channeling his bloodline. Gustav could see and hear things from the surroundings due to his last operation where he shot every one of them. The other holographic screen displayed Tridisil, a white-haired, middle-aged looking man who was currently in a luxurious-looking office dressed in a green suit. Currently, nothing was happening in both locations, and what Gustav had witnessed initially that made them prime suspects was their trip to the area where he got attacked by the presence that was trying to swallow him up with the tsunami. Of course, anyone could be curious and go there to check it out themselves since it was now all over the news, but these 2 in particular had no reason to be there. Chapter 896. Confirmation of involvement. The family branch heads dealt with their tasks given by the main family, and each one was too busy to visit every scene where there is a disaster unless it actually concerns their tasks. At most, they'd send someone and not go there in person, but not only did they visit the scene, but both of them also met up for a brief moment, then proceeded to scour the entire region and even the ocean area beyond the island. After doing that, they gave each other weird signals and left the location. After Gustav witnessed both of them acting so suspiciously while the other 10 continued with their businesses in different locations, he decided they were prime suspects. Even if he didn't find any concrete evidence in watching them today, he would still make sure he proved they were linked to the cult. After hours of watching, till it was late in the evening, Tridacil was about to leave his office when someone knocked on the door. At this time, Coterio was still sitting atop the mountain and hadn't moved an inch, so nothing was interesting going on his side. Gustav focused on Tridacil's screen. A purplish-haired young lady walked into the office after Tridacil allowed access. She looked very pretty with an oval-shaped face, a red top, and a black miniskirt. She was also clad in black pop socks that reached her knee area. The moment this busty young lady came up to him after entering his office, he grabbed her by the hair and turned her around. Bam! He pinned her face to the office table instantly and began groping her thighs up to her buttocks. In barely a few minutes, a heated scene was playing out between the purple-haired lady and Tridacil. His hand was wrapped around her neck with her face pinned to the office table. Her back was arched with her, but perked out while he stood behind her and thrust back and forth repeatedly. Loud moans filled the office along with flesh-slapping sounds. Gustav wished he could block his eyes and his ears, but he had to keep watching. After some time, Tridacil let out a loud groan as his body quivered for a few seconds before he finally moved away from behind the lady. He pulled his fly back up and spanked the lattice ass, which was bare with whitish liquid dripping from her nether regions. She made a low moan before pulling her black panties up and her skirt down as well. "Here, you go, sir," she voiced out amidst her breathlessness as she passed a small round token to Tridacil. He received it from her and moved towards his seat while the lady moved out of the office. That wasn't his wife. I guess women are correct when they say men are the scum of the earth, Gustav said internally as he shook his head. However, at this same moment, Gustav's eyes spotted something. The token Tridacil had just received glowed a red and blue light. In the next moment, a projection shot out of it that displayed a two-headed red and blue dragon for a little while. The red and blue dragon transformed into the projection of a time and location before disappearing. Gustav instantly recognized that sign to be the same one he found in the space underwater where the emblem was placed. At this point, there was no longer a doubt that Tridacil was linked to the cult. On the screen displaying Coterio, a similar scene played out on the mountain, but without the sex. A male in a black robe had appeared on the mountaintop and passed Coterio a similar token to what Tridacil had just received. Right now the skies were already dark, so it was getting closer and closer to the time Gustav wanted to embark on the night objective according to his plan. Between this night to the next day, he had to make sure he caught every single person involved in the incident of the missing emblem, since the ceremony would be held the day after. Come, come, come. At this minute, Gustav heard a knock on his door. Unlike the previous times when he ignored, he finally opened the door this time. A lady in a maid outfit greeted him upon contact, pushing a large trolley of food items. Hold on. Gustav was about to stop her when Stark came in as well. You haven't taken anything today, have you? I sent her here 3 times, Gustav, Stark voiced out as he gestured at the maid to unload the food items. I'm okay, and I'm busy, Gustav said while the food was being unloaded on the table by the side. Doesn't mean you should go without food for over a day, Stark responded with an unrelenting tone. It's almost time for the mission, and I need to bring you and Madame Lillian up to speed on the current development of things, Gustav said while his eyes dropped. La 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 la, I can't hear you out until you eat something, Stark voiced out sarcastically. Gustav nearly face-bombed before moving towards the table. Different dishes were placed before him, ranging from seafood to even exotic forest meat. Water, wine, and a few other drinks as well. It was practically a banquet since the amount of food here was enough to feed a family of 20. Not that Gustav was complaining, since he would usually go days without eating, only to eat a mountain-sized amount of food later. He proceeded to start eating after Stark had proven to be unrelenting. While eating, he decided to brief Stark. "I have gotten 2 culprits in league with the cult from the branches," Gustav revealed. "They are both family branch heads," he added. "Oh, their names?" Stark didn't seem too surprised as he asked. It was almost like this was to be expected. "Tridacil and Coterio," Gustav added. "Those 2. Stark had a slight look of astonishment as he mumbled. Although he had expected this, it would seem he was still surprised about the identity of the culprits. Chapter 897. Set out for the night raid, although he had expected this, it would seem he was still surprised about the identity of the culprits. Gustav also understood that these were the branch heads of the 2nd and 3rd highest ranked branches in the entire Vertigan family. They were expected to stand by the main family the most instead of sabotaging them behind their backs. A thought that jumped to Gustav's mind was how this would be resolved after he had apprehended all the culprits. How would the main family handle this? Gustav threw that to the back of his mind in the next moment. That wasn't any of his business. His only job was to find and apprehend them. "Are you ready to become the family head?" Gustav asked Stark. There was no response for a good period, and Gustav turned to the side to stare at Stark. "Well, no," Stark responded as a melancholic aura surrounded him. But you seem quite eager to help me catch the culprits who are responsible for delaying a ceremony you are not interested in," Gustav said before gulping down a cup of wine. "What can I say? It's the right thing to do, despite not wanting to become the family head. Yet, it doesn't mean I would beam with joy if the emblem was stolen, since it could have caused a lot of problems for the family. If they had figured out how to harness the power, a lot of people's lives would have been jeopardized," Stark explained. "I will make sure something like this never happens again, even if I have to take on the role of the family head this early," Stark added. "Looks like a hard choice, either your freedom or the endangerment of the family," Gustav muttered. Stark might be distant from his family and didn't like spending a lot of time with them, but he really loved them regardless. He also wouldn't want to betray the last promise he gave his father before his demise. He had mentioned he would protect the family in his absence. What kind of son would want to dishonor his late father's name? "Since they have chosen this path, they will bear the consequences," Stark said with a solemn tone. "Now that's a leader, all right," Gustav said internally as he noted Stark's demeanor. "All right, get ready," Gustav said as he stood to his feet and moved to the bathroom to clean up. Stark stood to his feet and moved to the side of the room. He could see footage displaying the 2 family branch heads heading somewhere. "Are we going where they're going?" Stark asked. "We are not," Gustav responded as he walked out of the bathroom. "I already know where they're headed, but I am 100% certain that won't be all of them. There are over 20,000 Vertigons, after all." "Maybe just a meeting for the heads," Gustav added. "Does that mean the bet-ranked mixed blood is also going to be there?" Stark asked. "Most likely, we can leave that to your alpha ranked guard and the troops your mother will be gathering," Gustav answered, "while we will be catching the other small fries scattered across the island. So long as you retrace the steps of emblem movement, we should be able to clock in on some of them, so it will be a double operation," Gustav explained. "Oh, so Viltr won't be following the both of us then?" Stark voiced out with a contemplative look. "He'll be dealing with the other bet-ranked mixed bloods, so no," Gustav responded. "All right, let's do it," Stark stated with a decisive tone. "We need to inform your mum first of the current development," Gustav said as he moved towards the door. Stark followed after him, and they headed straight down the stairs to the living room. Julie was sitting on one of the sofas with a few underaged kids who Gustav suspected to be main family members as well. They were watching a televised anime program on the massive holographic projection. "Where's Mom?" Stark questioned. "The second study," Julie responded with a slightly suspicious look. "All right," Stark responded and turned towards the south, while Gustav followed after him. "Hey, Officer Crimson," she greeted while waving. Gustav turned to the side and nodded at her before he resumed following Stark. Minutes later they were in a massive study, discussing with Madame Lillian. "It only makes sense the main powers of the cult will be there tonight," Gustav voiced out. "So I should send the troops to the location you mentioned?" She asked. "Yes, make sure they get there 20 minutes after the meeting has begun. I and Stark will be busy gathering the others, so we can take them down in one fell swoop," Gustav said in confirmation. Madame Lillian had a contemplative look for a while before speaking. Does that mean you two don't need any troops to follow you?" she asked. "We just need them to be on ground and ready to take action when we are unable to handle things by ourselves," Gustav voiced out. He couldn't let them follow him, and Stark mostly because he wouldn't want to use too many abilities in front of strangers. However, Gustav wanted emergency troops to be on standby just in case of necessity. "All right, let's get ready." Madame Lillian seemed to have understood everything as she voiced out in response. She proceeded to move out of the study with them, as the operation would be beginning in an hour. Time went by pretty fast, and almost an hour had gone by since the discussion with Madame Lillian. Within a massive space, just in front of a hangar, troops of over 300 people had gathered. They were all dressed in whitish, robe-like outfits, with the emblem of a 3-headed dragon on their backs. Their powerful lineage bloodline energies were being channeled as they stood there, causing pressure to radiate across the surroundings. All of them wore looks of seriousness as they lined up in a battle format. In front of them was Madame Lillian and a few of the main family members. Gustav was yet to arrive on the scene with Stark, as well as one more powerful figure needed for the operation to begin. Chapter 898. "I'm coming with you." Gustav was yet to arrive on the scene with Stark, as well as one more powerful figure needed for the operation to begin. In a few more moments, a powerful aura spread across the entire place as a figure arrived on scene. He was also dressed in the same whitish, robe-like outfits as the rest, but unlike them, he had golden patterns sewing around the emblem. "Viltru! Finally you're here!" Madame Lillian voiced out as the man approached from the north. He had one eye shut and whitish hair like most of the Vertigons, with a golden patch at the top. He looked like he was no older than 28 to 30 years of age, but everyone knew well not to underestimate the age of such powerful figures, as they could look like teenagers and be hundreds of years old. "At your service, madam," he voiced out as he arrived in front of her and bowed slightly. Madame Lillian nodded for him to stand at ease, and he moved to stand by her right-hand side. Meanwhile, Uncle Bila was on her left. "Where is the kid?" Viltru asked with his eyes squinting. "He has yet to." Just when Uncle Bila was about to respond, 2 figures fell from the air and landed right in front of the troops. They were Gustav and Stark. The instant Gustav landed in front of them, he spotted the man standing by the right side of Madame Lillian. Without any form of words or communication, he was instantly able to tell that this must be one of the Alfranked Viltru who guarded the main household. Of course, someone of his caliber would have been able to stop the emblem from getting stolen, but he was their guard, so he had followed them on the trip as well. "What do you have for us, kid?" Viltru asked as he and Gustav made eye contact. Gustav moved toward him and handed out a device. Viltru received it from him and tapped on it. Zing, it shot out a holographic image of the exact location and how to get there. Gustav went on to pass it to several of the troops as well. He knew very well that the formation they had taken was one where they would be split into different squads that will attack from different angles. They were well-trained warriors. "It's time," Madame Salora, who had welcomed Gustav on his first day of arriving here, voiced out. "You all know what to do. Storm the location given to you and apprehend the cultists. Use lethal force if it is required," Madame Lillian stated. "Yes, family head." They yelled out in understanding as they began transforming. Powerful energy spread across the place as hundreds of draconic figures could be seen in the next instant with similar and different sizes, as well as colors that depicted their lineage, bloodline, speciality. Fwai, 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 the sound of multiple wings flapping reverberated across the surroundings as the troops lifted off into the air and flew towards the northeast area of the night sky. Gustav's face molded, turning dark with reddish cracks as he slowly transformed into the flame's death ace. This time he made a full transformation as he wanted to adopt the full speed of the mixed breed. The others in the surroundings could feel the immense rise in temperature from the creature after Gustav's transformation and guessed it was a high-leveled, mixed-breed transformation. "Let's go!" Gustav voiced out as he turned his massive head to the side. Stark had also transformed as well, taking the two-headed draconic figure that caused all the other Vertigons in the vicinity to stare in reverence. Gustav was currently the size of an entire bungalow building with his transformation, which was as big as the other troops who had just flown off, but Stark was twice as large. Fwai, fwai, both of them spread their wings and flew off into the western sky. "Be safe," Madame Lillian uttered under her breath as they flew off. She and Madame Salora with a few troops were the only ones left standing here. Reaching a particular height in the sky, Stark paused his flight. Gustav also did the same, floating in the air beside him. "It'll start scanning now," Stark voiced out with a tone that boomed across the entire vicinity like thunder. Gustav nodded slightly as he watched Stark's 6 glowing eyes turn yellow and red. Different locations began to appear in Stark's point of view as it slowly changed from one place to another. Gustav waited for several minutes before the glows in Stark's eyes began to dim. "Got them." "There are 4 places in total," Stark voiced out. "List them out," Gustav voiced out as he activated his communication device. Stark began to give names to the 4 locations he just sourced out. One was behind one of the colleges on the island. From this, they already knew who was responsible for that, since that area was left in charge of a particular Vertigan. Another was in a large hospital. The third was in a base location where technological weapons were being kept, and the final place was in a remote location on the island, very close to the western edge. "The troops will not be enough," Stark stated. "That's all right. Tell me the location with the most powerful mixed bloods. Let the troops handle the other places. I'll take care of that," Gustav voiced out with a confident tone. "The Shiina Plains. There's a tall tower there. I sense powerful mixed bloods dwelling there," Stark said with a slightly wary tone. "Good, I'm heading there now." "You go back to the main residence," Gustav said as he prepared to fly off. "No, I'm coming with you," Stark said while turning to face the same direction Gustav was about to head in. "I can't deal with the enemies while having to protect you at the same time. Head back, it's safer," Gustav voiced his disagreement. "I can take care of myself," Stark voiced out before bolting forward across the dark sky. "If you want me to return, you'll have to catch me." His loud voice boomed across the vicinity as he flew away. Fwaiwaithai. Chapter 899. Intense Destructive Battles. "If you want me to return, you'll have to catch me." His loud voice boomed across the vicinity as he flew away. Fwaiwaithai. Gustav's eyes narrowed as he gave chase, flying across the air as swiftly. Stark was flying at such a speed that caused loud cracking sounds in the air. Every intense flap sounded like rolling thunder. Gustav tried as much as possible to catch up, but it was proving to be an impossible task. By the time Stark began to slow down, they had already arrived in the vicinity of the location they were headed for. An outburst of icy-colored flame blasted forth from Stark's figure as he landed right in front of a massive tower-like building. Boom! It spread across the place with intensity, blasting the gate as well as the fences barricading the vicinity apart. A few yells were heard as the security guarding the surroundings were knocked out and injured by the blast. Stark transformed back into his human look and began walking towards the entrance of the tower-like building. Gustav landed a few moments after and called out to Stark. "I told you to head back," Gustav said as he walked toward Stark and grabbed him by the arm. "Come on, we're already here. Wouldn't it be more dangerous to send me back by myself from this distance?" Stark stated with a logical tone. "You." Before Gustav could complete his sentence, a silver blast burst forth from the 5th floor, towards their direction on the ground. Gustav pushed Stark to the side and swung his palm forward. Boom! Collision was made as Gustav's palm slapped the blast away, deflecting it towards the side. "Handle the enemies from the lower floor upwards. I'll handle things from the middle floor," Gustav voiced out as he leapt upwards. "If you need help, use the communication channel to contact me." Gustav's voice faded into the distance as he scaled a height of over 1,000 feet in nearly an instant. He figured since he couldn't send Stark back, he might as well make good use of him over here. This structure had over 700 floors, but Gustav already analyzed the entire structure the moment he arrived here. He already knew a lot of floors were unoccupied and there were significantly weaker opponents on the lower floors, which was why he told Stark to handle from the lowest floor up to the middle. He wasn't even currently heading towards the middle, as the middle floor was currently unoccupied. In the next instant, bang! Gustav's figure blasted through the wall of the 506th floor. The instant he arrived in what seemed like a hallway, he could already see multiple figures in black robes making their way towards an elevator up ahead. "Who are?" The first person to turn around and notice Gustav was unable to complete his sentence before he received a kick to the gut. Bang! His body flew across the hallway with intensity as he slammed into multiple of his other comrades. "Sprint has been activated, swoosh." Gustav charged forward with intensity after the successful surprise attack. The 4 who were initially headed for the elevator area were either laying on the floor or had their backs kissing the walls of the hallway. They were unable to react in time before his figure arrived before them. Bang! 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 The sounds of multiple heavy collisions rang out as Gustav threw out physical attacks repeatedly. His fist slammed into the head of one of the enemies in black robes and sent him crashing through the wall. Gustav wasted no time in dashing towards another one and sending out multiple fists that knocked them out in barely a few moments. After some seconds, he was done dealing with the black robes enemies on this floor and leapt upwards. Bang! Gustav wasn't even taking the elevator. He just kept leaping through the ceilings to the higher floors as he felt this was faster. The moment he arrived on the next floor where many of the opposition were clustered together, another battle broke out. Far beneath, Stark was also holding his own against them. "If you know who I am, surrender peacefully. This doesn't have to end in destruction," Stark voiced out as he walked slowly towards a group of 6 in dark robes. "You made a huge mistake coming here. You will never become family head." One of them yelled out as all 6 charged at Stark while transforming. Bang! A loud sound similar to a blast rang out as this part of the building vibrated intensely. Debris and dust spread across the place as a massive hole appeared on the wall by the right. Boom! A massive 2-headed draconic figure phased out of the hole and flew a few feet upwards with another draconic figure in his grasp. Bang! 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 The 2-headed draconic figure slammed the other one into the wall, repeatedly as it flew upwards with it. Loud, painful shrieks were heard as it flew a few floors upwards and blasted through the wall of the 13th floor. Stark transformed back into his human form after dealing with the group and shook his head. "At least I tried to reason with them," Stark said while shrugging his shoulders before walking forward. Behind him were 2 human figures that had passed out from his attack. Stark continued onwards after this as the sound of collisions and explosions rang out within this tower. In another location over 70 miles off the east coast of the island, a similar-looking tower to the one Phil was deployed from with her partner. Multiple draconic figures could be seen flying around it as the vicinity had turned into a battlefield. Boom! Boom! Bang! Multiple thunderous sounds of explosions and collisions rang out as different types of attacks were being hurtled across the air. Massive, bungalow-sized fireballs, lightning bolts, whirlwinds, explosive blasts, and all sorts wreaked havoc in the middle of the ocean where this tower was situated. Boom! A powerful outburst of greenish energy suddenly blasted forth across the place as the top floor of the tower got blown into smithereens. Chapter 900. The Vertigan troops versus the Satori. A powerful outburst of greenish energy suddenly blasted forth across the place as the top floor of the tower got blown into smithereens. The instant this happened, everyone in the vicinity was sent flying hundreds of feet backwards as the force of the energy swept across the environment. Boom! 3 figures blasted forth from the area where the surge of energy originated from. They were engaged in intense battle as they swerved from place to place across the air, exchanging fearsome attacks. 2 out of these 3 figures were dressed in orange and black robes, and they seemed to be battling again the 3rd figure, who was dressed in a white outfit. Boom, bang, bang. With every collision, ripples of powerful energy swept across the place, causing thunderous explosions and making the ocean waves rise. These 2 battling the man in white robes were barely holding on. Despite being very powerful, they could not hold their ground against a man in white robes who just kept foiling their attacks like it was nothing. The men in orange and black robes dived forward across the air as they gathered immense energy to attack the man in white robes again. The one in orange shot out a massive rocket-like tail with diamond spikes, which had the tip glowing with fierce as it stabbed towards the man in white. The other dived forward as his right arm transformed into a massive greenish-scaled beast with glowing red claws which were as large as a truck. Both attacks swung forward with immense speed, spreading ripples across the air and causing waves of destruction to be sent forth across the vicinity. At this point, the other figures fighting were protecting themselves from the residue energy of these 2 attacks that hadn't even collided with the targeted figure yet. Boom! Another massive explosion rang out as ripples of destructive multicolored waves blasted across a 300 miles radius. The yells of some of the figures in the vicinity were drowned by the loud blast as everyone was sent hurling backwards for several hundred feet, acquiring all sorts of injuries despite not being the one targeted by the attack. Sir Viltru! Is he? The troops in white robes who had managed to conjure up a barrier for themselves stared in the direction of the attack with shocked looks. Viltru was battling 2 betranked mixed bloods who happened to be family branch heads. Even with the barrier they had conjured up, some of them still got minor injuries from the residue energy of the attack, even when it wasn't directed at them. They wonder how Viltru, who was in the middle of both attacks, would fare. As the debris in the air slowly cleared and the visibility of the environment became better, everyone stared in the direction of Viltru and the other 2. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they spotted the 3 figures floating in the air up ahead. In the middle was Viltru, who had both his arms held out sideways as he looked forward with a nonchalant expression. In his left grasp was a rocky-looking tail with diamond spikes, and in his right grasp were massive, beast-like claws the size of a truck. He had stopped both attacks, and there was not a single scratch on his body. Neither were his clothes affected. The 2 opponents, who were Tridacil and Coterio, both had looks of astonishment mixed with wariness on their faces as they stared at Viltru, who looked unwavering. Although they had not fully transformed into draconic figures, which meant the attack wasn't at full strength, they were still surprised he was completely unaffected by their attack, considering how powerful it was. Despite only being 1 rank below Viltru, both their combined strengths couldn't match up to him. "You have no hopes of standing against me. Surrender and end this foolishness." "Tridacil, Coterio!" Viltru voiced out with a tone of warning. Both of their faces squeezed up as they responded, "Never!" In that same instant, they transformed fully into draconic figures as they prepared to engage Viltru again. Meanwhile, At the other similar-looking tower on the western edge of the island, Gustav and Stark were still going against the cult members here. Close to 20 minutes had elapsed since the battle had begun, and Gustav had managed to take down over 30 of them in this building. He was currently on the 700th floor, and a feminine figure in dark robes was in the clutches of his right hand. "Tell me, who exactly are you guys?" Gustav asked as he tightened his grip around her neck. "Kukuku. Thesto re will not lose." Her voice kept breaking off as she answered. "The Satori?" Gustav voiced out with a look of confusion. "Keek keek." She suddenly started laughing, causing Gustav's eyes to narrow in suspicion. He subconsciously loosened the tightness of his grip on her neck, feeling like she had something to say. "Thank you for bringing the unworthy son here. You have helped us make things easier." The instant she finished voicing this out, an outburst of powerful energy suddenly blasted forth from the top floor. Gustav's eyes widened slightly as he turned around and looked up. "That's the energy of a beta-ranked mixed blood," he muttered with a look of surprise and wariness. "He will die at the hands of the master." The woman voiced out as bloody glowing claws protruded from her fingers, and she swiped at Gustav's neck. "Grab!" Gustav stopped the attack by grabbing her right hand before turning to stare at her. Bang! He slammed her through the wall and turned around before dashing forward and slamming her head through the other side of the wall. The wall crumbled, and Gustav held her out thousands of feet above the air with her legs dangling in the wind. He wanted to drop her from this height and go deal with the current situation as a sense of urgency welled up from within. However, Gustav recalled he was dealing with dragons here, so he would just be setting her free, and there was no time to steal her bloodline, so he did something else. Flesh warping has been activated. Chapter 901. "It's too late." Flesh wriggling sounds rang out as her eyes widened in confusion after feeling weird energy run through her body. Boom! Her body blasted into pieces in the next instant with blood and internal organs flying everywhere. Fwum! Gustav proceeded to jump out of the hole he had created after slamming the woman's body into the wall earlier. "Stark!" he yelled out as his body descended with speed after he spotted a massive draconic about 700 feet below, flying downwards. As well, that's not Stark. Gustav came to this realization as he activated God Eyes. "Begone, weakling!" The draconic figure suddenly voiced out as it turned around to gaze at Gustav from below. "To whoosh! Underscore, 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 boom. Boom! Boom! At the other location where the Vertigo troops engaged the cult members, explosions and powerful collisions still rang across the place. Viltru had moved his battle with both family branch leaders further across the ocean, so the others would not be affected by the residue energy of their attacks. He knew just how destructive their battle was to the surroundings. If the fight continued there, it would affect the island as well. Just one of them was strong enough to level the entire island, and there were 3 of them. From the looks of things, it would not take much longer before the Vertigan troops took care of the cult members here. However, for reasons unknown, they kept battling despite knowing that the odds were against them. On Viltra's side, he had put both family heads in a state where they knew they had no chance against him, yet they kept fighting. Bam! 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 Tridacil and Coterio had fully transformed into draconic figures at this point and were hurling out one attack after the other toward Viltru. Viltru took their attacks head-on despite still being in human form. He didn't bother transforming since he was able to handle them despite not being at full strength. Viltru bolted forward amid a combined attack of a red laser beam shooting out of Coterio's mouth, while Tridacil shot out a silver bolt of lightning carrying immense destructive power. Viltru made a circular motion with his right hand as he charged forward across the air, causing both attacks to get redirected the moment they arrived before him. Boom! The attacks slammed into a sea mountain in the distance, blasting it to smithereens. Tush! Arriving in front of both of them once more, Viltru proceeded to grab them both and slammed their massive heads together. Both figures drifted away across the air after their heads got slammed together. He lunged forward and threw his fist out multiple times at both of them, causing them to be sent flying backwards once more. As he battered them with numerous physical attacks, more injuries appeared on their bodies. Why do you two keep resisting? You do not have the power to defeat me. Give up before I inflict permanent damage on you both, Viltru voiced out. He seemed to have been holding back all this time because they were family branch heads, and he wanted to leave them in good condition so they could be judged by the main Vertigan family. Even if we know we will lose, we have achieved our main objective here today, Coterio voiced out. By now your so-called next head should be in the hands of the master, Tridacil added. What master? Viltru suddenly felt a sense of foreboding after hearing that. Ha ha ha! Despite being injured, Coterio still let out a burst of maniacal laughter. Viltru's mind suddenly wandered back to Gustav's words in the hangar area before they left for this place. Thinking about this carefully now, Tridacil and Coterio were already known to everyone, so they never fitted into the description of this mixed blood, which begged the question, where is the mixed blood Gustav described? This was supposed to be a meeting of leaders, as assumed by Gustav, but there were many cultist members in this location as well, so it looked like it was a regular meeting that was being held. However, even if this was a regular meeting, it didn't make sense that one of the leaders wasn't in attendance. Now, how have these two mentioned achieved their objectives despite losing the fight against him? And could the so-called master have captured Stark by now? He recalled Gustav was heading to different locations to round up other cultist members, and Stark followed. His eyes widened slightly at this point as he came to a realization. Where is he? He voiced out with a thunderous tone as his eyes turned yellowish with a black in the middle. It's too late. Even if we told you, you will never be able to arrive there in time no matter how fast you are, Tridacil said while smiling with an expression of delight. Two more eyes appeared above Viltrus' right and left brows as powerful energy blasted forth from his figure, causing every living thing within a 1,000-mile radius to shudder in fear and reverence. Both of them suddenly saw Viltru appear directly in their midst, and the next thing they knew, ripe 2 pairs of bloody wings could be seen in his grasp. They stared for an instant with shocked looks as they recognized the pair of wings to be theirs. Their bodies hadn't even registered the pain yet as they began to fall from the sky. Their wings were torn off so quickly and cleanly that they hadn't started bleeding out till they were about to collide with the ocean's surface. Viltru flung both wings away and floated above the ocean while spreading out his senses. A colorless veil of energy spread forth from his figure, traveling for miles and passing by the area where the Vertigan troops were battling against the cult members. At this point, they had already rounded them all up. His senses spread past that point, arriving at the island, and kept spreading further. This took many seconds as he actively searched for Stark and Gustav's location with his senses. Chapter 902. The Master's appearance. Is that Officer Crimson? He asked internally after spotting a silver figure with horns and a large muscular frame with ram horns. In this location, destruction had been wreaked on the environment, with his senses in a particular location. He wasted no time in retracting his senses as he began transforming. VRRRCHH, he turned into a small, mountain-sized, draconic figure with 2 heads and 6 eyes like Stark. However, he had yellowish scales and a glowing yellow and black pair of wings with 4 horns. The instant he spread his wings, winds blasted across the surroundings. Fuwoom, diving forward, a vacuum of space opened up, causing a streak of yellow line to tear through the sky and disappear in the next instant. It only took a moment for him to close the distance between himself and Gustav on the other side of the island. However, as he arrived behind Gustav, he could see that damage has already been done to the surroundings, and he couldn't sense Stark here. Where is Stark? He asked with a disturbed look as he sensed lingering spatial energy, which meant spatial travel had just been used in this location. The tower-like building by the side was now half of what it was earlier. What was left had cracks all over and was on fire as well. The ground was flooded below. Gustav had injuries on his body from what Viltru could see as he floated in midair behind him. "Officer Crimson, where is Stark?" Viltru asked again as he placed his hand on Gustav's shoulder from behind. There was still no response from Gustav, and at this point, Viltru feared the worst may have happened. He had truly gotten here too late. Gustav slowly turned around in midair as he unfolded himself. He was initially in a state where he kind of wrapped himself up. Viltrus' eyes widened as he stared at Gustav unfolding himself. 15 minutes earlier, begone weakling! A thunderous voice was heard as the draconic figure several hundred feet beneath Gustav turned around to face him. What is he doing here? Gustav's eyes widened as he recognized this draconic figure to be the same as the one that nearly buried him with hurricanes after he acquired the emblem. Gustav hadn't even managed to rearrange his thoughts when a pillar of flames shot out of his mouth towards Gustav. This red and blue two-headed draconic figure could manipulate water and fire from the looks of things. The flames hadn't even reached Gustav yet, and he could feel his body getting cooked already. Gravitational displacement has been activated. The gravitational force in the environment suddenly turned weird as the flames slowed down. Despite how powerful gravitational displacement was, having an effect on everything in the surroundings and making even the winds to flow in reverse, it was unable to substantially affect the powerful outburst of flames headed towards Gustav. Energy discharge has been activated. A reddish energy suddenly burst forth from Gustav's figure, pushing the flames to the surroundings. Boom! It was like an explosion went off as the thick, condensed flames ended up spreading across the place and causing the massive 700-plus story tall building to almost get halved in an instant. The upper part crumbled and fell to the sides due to the flames. Despite having managed to stop it from hitting him, Gustav was still blasted backwards by the residual energy spreading across the vicinity. Screams of terror and pain were heard from within the building as it affected the cult members. "I commend you for stopping that attack despite being an ordinary echo, rank mixed blood, but this is as far as you go," the draconic figure voiced out from both heads, causing his voice to travel far and wide. Gustav hadn't even managed to stabilize himself in midair yet as he spread cooling energy around his body since it was currently smoking. "Thank you for bringing the prize to me," the draconic figure voiced out as it continued flying downwards. Blast! An explosion rang out as the side of the 330th floor got blasted open. A two-headed, massive, golden-scaled draconic figure flew out of there and collided with the master. "Gustav, are you okay?" Stark yelled out as he spotted Gustav far up in the sky. "Run!" Gustav yelled back. Despite being about 2,000 feet upwards, his voice boomed loudly across the vicinity. "You are going nowhere!" the master voiced out as he lunged at Stark. "Disappear!" Stark screamed out as both mouths of two heads opened up. Thuo! Silver-colored energy with golden streams blasted out of his mouth, slamming into the master and pushing him backwards. The energy bound him in place and began to shrink him. "I have to admit, you are talented, but you do not deserve to lead this family," the master voiced out as he ripped the silverish and golden-colored energy, covering him apart in the same instant. Stark puked out blood after that act as his eyes widened. No one had ever been able to free themselves from his ability before. He had used it on others stronger than him so many times. It was an ultimate ability that would have a negative effect on him if it was cancelled. The master lunged forward once more and grabbed all of Stark's arms before biting a chunk out of the left side of his second head. The master had expected that attack to disconnect Stark's second head from his neck, but he had underestimated the toughness of Stark's scales. Stark screeched in pain as he managed to free two of his hands. He grabbed the master's head and stabbed his claws into both eyes, causing him to grimace in pain as well. "Ha ha ha, this is nothing. You're only able to put up a little fight because of your nature, but this ends now," the master voiced out as he opened his mouth, gathering flames within. At this point, Gustav had activated Ultimate Combination and was flying downwards with insane speed. Chapter 903. Battling against the cult leader, a 4-feet-long katana with reddish electric arcs and destructive energy oozing from it could be seen in Gustav's grasp. Fwai! He swung downwards, powerfully, causing the space in the vicinity to twist and turn as crescent-shaped reddish energy was formed. The master sensed the disturbance at the same moment and pushed Stark away before turning upwards to counter the attack. Fuhom, it shot out a pillar of flames from its mouth, once more towards the destructive reddish arc, cutting towards him. Boom, a collision was made, and the reddish arc was stopped in midair for an instant. A smile appeared on the master's face, but in the next moment his eyes widened as the arc suddenly cut through his pillar of flames and slashed through his right upper limb upon contact. Blood jetted out as the master seethed in pain and rage after getting injured, contrary to his expectation. "You little..." His voice trailed off in anger as heat began to circulate across the vicinity. Fuhom, the ocean, which was not too distant from their current location, began to rise and flow towards them. A massive tornado of flames appeared around the master, and then it spread across the vicinity, becoming twice as large as the tower. The wave from the ocean was headed for Gustav from behind, while the tornado of flames was approaching from the front. Gustav was healing very fast in this state, so he had already completely healed up the moment he attacked with the Jiko Hakai katana. Turned around to face the waves, Gustav pushed his hand forward, causing a gravitational barrier to be created. Boom! The waves of water crashed into the barrier, causing a loud sound of collision to ring out. With the height of the waves, it was capable of flooding the entire island if Gustav didn't stop it here. His hand trembled slightly as he held it in place, while he turned around to slash out once more at the tornado of flames. Thwaye tore right through the flames, and Gustav's arm also broke at the same instant. Thwaye, this time the master was able to dodge and dove upwards. He appeared right before Gustav and slashed out. Bang! An invisible protective energy that surrounded Gustav whenever he activated combination stopped the attack from connecting. Gustav proceeded to push the waves backwards and grab the hilt of the katana with both hands before slashing downwards. Boom! The reddish destructive arc exploded the moment it collided with the master's left shoulder, blasting both of them backwards. Gustav's right arm fell off his shoulder, while the master also lost another arm. The master couldn't believe that he was getting injured by an echo-ranked mixed blood. However, Gustav took more damage this time, and the katana fell from the air after his arm got blasted to smithereens. The master also had the ability to regenerate, but at the moment Gustav's regeneration was faster. But even with that, the master still had 4 more limbs after losing 2, so he could keep battling in his current state. Gustav stared at the katana falling and stretched out his left hand. The katana stopped falling and floated in midair after getting wrapped by Gustav's gravitational manipulation. His right arm was growing back at this point. He pulled back his hand, causing the katana to start flying towards him, but before it could arrive, slash! The master appeared in front of Gustav and landed a hit on him. Gustav got blasted further backwards across the air as 3 massive gashes appeared on his body. The protective energy surrounding him had been breached by the intense attack of this beta ranked mixed blood. His skin was currently like diamond, extremely sturdy, but one slash from the master had torn him open like a hot knife going through butter. Gustav gritted his teeth in pain as he raised his arms to block another attack, while the Iroh silk grew out of his arms. Bang! 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 Gustav got blasted backwards repeatedly as the master kept attacking him without giving him any chance to retaliate. Gustav managed to dodge a hit with perception and finally sent out an attack he had been accumulating. Boom! Destructive ripples spread across the vicinity as Gustav's fist slammed into the master's gut. Unfortunately, this attack that would most likely have decimated a city was unable to break the master's skin. "It turns out you're nothing without that weapon of yours," the master voiced out as he grabbed Gustav's hands and sliced his arm off. Slash! Gustav lost his right arm once more, and blood jetted out. Fuhom, a pillar of flames, blasted out of the master's mouth, sending Gustav hurling further backwards, as he tried to protect himself with just one arm. His arm grew back in the next moment, but the master was still rushing at him with multiple attacks, wanting Gustav to use up his energy, so he wouldn't be able to regenerate anymore. Far below, Stark looked upwards and could see the pinch Gustav was in. He was bleeding from his neck and currently couldn't transform. "Why do I have to be useless in crucial situations like this?" Stark gritted his teeth as he voiced out. They had not expected to meet a betranked mixed blood here. He looked up ahead and spotted a dark blade katana with reddish destructive arcs swimming around it. He recognized it to be the same weapon Gustav had used to injure the blue and red dragon. At this point, Gustav was being doused with both cold and hot attacks, just as the temperature of the environment was hot and cold at the same time. Stark rushed towards the weapon and pulled it out of the ground. Looking upwards at their height in the sky, he realized he would have to get up there. He recalled Gustav's sustained injuries when using this weapon, so a thought instantly appeared in his mind. He brought out something from his storage device and attached it to his neck. Truin. Chapter 904. Saving Stark, a mechanical, metallic-looking covering of nanites began to spread to his arms. It made it look like he had silver-colored robotic arms after it had finished covering his upper body. Stark channeled his bloodline energy as much as he could and leapt upwards. "Hiya!" He screamed out as he grabbed the hilt of the katana with both his hands and raised it upwards as he ascended across the sky. All of Gustav's limbs were being held by the master as he pulled them in separate directions while hovering his left head over Gustav's face. Flames gathered as he prepared to burn Gustav's entire head off. Meanwhile, Stark was leaping towards them in arms while swinging out the katana. The master spotted him and made his other head turn around to face him as he prepared to attack Stark with water. Stark swung forward with force, but at the same time, the master was also about to attack. The probability of Stark's survival was very minimal due to the master's strength as well as backlash from using the katana this way. However, he gathered as much energy as he could into his arms. The air began to twist and turn as veins popped out on his neck and arm muscles. Gustav, whose arms were being spread apart, twisted his arms and grabbed the master's arm. Flesh warping has been activated. He managed to cause the master's arms to shrink a little, which gave him the chance to pull himself out of the master's grip. What was? Before the master could voice out his shock, Gustav grew out extra arms and grabbed both draconic heads. He pulled backwards with all his strength as he also activated size manipulation. He held the master in place as Stark slashed forward. ZZHHHZZ. A massive cut that extended from his chest to his belly appeared on the master's body after the attack made contact. Both Stark's arms exploded along with the metallic covering, causing a fountain of blood to jet out from both shoulders, while the master shrieked in pain as it flung Gustav away. Gustav flew forward and grabbed Stark before he could fall to his death. "Are you crazy?" Gustav voiced out as he held Stark in his arms. Care. I had to do it," Stark responded while coughing out blood. "We have to leave," Gustav said as he turned around. However, before he could start flying away, the entire vicinity suddenly turned dark. Vurii, and then it turned into a world of red and black. "Since I'm out of time, you're coming with me." A voice boomed out, and in the next instant Gustav could no longer find Stark in his grasp. Gustav turned around in the next instant and could see the master several thousand feet behind him with the armless Stark in his grasp. As Gustav dove forward, a massive mountain-sized flame appeared in front and began hurling toward him. In the same instant, a purplish-looking portal appeared in front of the Master, and he was about to head in with Stark. Power boost has been activated. Gravitational displacement has been activated. At that moment, Gustav activated everything he could so he could move faster and stop the Master from taking Stark away. There was no time at all. No matter how fast Gustav could move, he was dealing with a betranked, mixed blood. Stark was already practically lost to him, since they were almost halfway through the portal at this point, while he was still thousands of feet away. The mountain-sized flames were right in front of him, and his skin was already getting cooked. Twice, Gustav pushed himself forward as fast as he could as his body turned transparent, while his eyes suddenly lit up with a cross-shaped reddish-pink glow. Thruruwanan Yarki was activated at the same instant, causing a dark pinkish energy surge to spread across the vicinity. It covered the entire vicinity in an instant and was still spreading further. The power of Yarki made the Master pause for a moment as Gustav's figure made a tear through space, like what happened when he was sent to another planet as punishment by the system. Twice, he appeared right before them and grabbed hold of Stark before kicking the Master into the portal. At the same moment, the Master regained control of his body. Fwaiai, the portal closed up in the next instant as Gustav used size manipulation to wrap his body around Stark due to Yarki being activated. Currently, everything in the vicinity was getting roasted because of Yarki's new effect, so Gustav proceeded to retract Yarki before it could turn the entire island into a high-temperature oven. His body still had injuries that hadn't healed up because all these had happened in less than a second. Currently, Gustav had almost expended his energy and his body was currently smoking, but he still had Stark wrapped to the point that not a single skin could be seen. After he finished retracting Yarki, he felt a powerful presence appear right behind him. "Where is Stark?" A familiar voice called out to him. "That's Viltru." Gustav heaved a sigh of relief internally. He initially thought the Master found a way to come back, but it looked like it was someone on their side. "Officer Crimson, where is Stark?" Viltru asked again with a disturbed tone. Gustav slowly turned around at this point as he began to unfold himself. Viltrus' eyes widened in shock as he realized that Stark had been wrapped in Gustav's bosom all this time. Gustav deactivated size manipulation as he returned to normal length and passed Stark to Viltru. "What happened? Why is he in such a state?" Viltru asked after seeing that Stark was armless. "We played into their hands," Gustav voiced out as he slowly returned to human form. "Stark almost got carted away by this two-headed dragon, who I presume is their leader," he added as he brought out a recovery pill from his storage device. "The beta ranked mixed blood you mentioned?" Viltru asked. "Yes," Gustav answered as he fed Stark a recovery pill. Chapter 905. I sent him off with a gift. Viltrus' face had a look of astonishment and confusion all mixed together. They were both Echo and Falcon-ranked mixed bloods, yet they had held back a beta-ranked mixed blood without any outside help. He felt the leader of the cult might have gone easy on them since he was probably only trying to capture Stark, but still it was an impossible task for mixed bloods of their levels to manage to hold back a beta rank. "I suppose he's the one that escaped with spatial travel." Viltru seemed to have pieced things together as he voiced out. "Yeah, Gustav didn't know how to explain that he had to kick him in, or he'd probably still be here since he got Stark back from him. I sent him off with a gift. He should have gotten it by now," Gustav said internally with a grin. Underscore, 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 instant, the Master phased through the portal. His eyes widened in realization. "What?" he yelled out with a look of shock as he found out that what was in his grasp had been replaced with 4 spherical head-sized orbs. "How did he? What are these?" he stated with disbelief written all over his face as he floated above an unknown part of the ocean. Dark purplish electric arcs could be seen swimming across the surface of these dark blue and reddish-colored orbs. He raised the orbs to observe them as he sensed something. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, spreading destructive waves of energy across over 1,000 miles. The ocean was affected as a gigantic hole that spread across a radius of more than 10,000 feet was generated with a wall of waves spreading in every direction. It was a good thing that this occurrence was taking place in the middle of the ocean. There was nothing to be found for miles except for small inhabited islands and seamounts, all of which were wiped out due to the destructive ripples. It was unknown if the person in the middle of the explosion had been affected, but it was obvious that the explosion had wreaked immense havoc. Underscore, 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 time had arrived, and at this point, everyone was back in the residence. It had already spread all across the island that an intense battle broke out last night. However, the city folks and the members of the branches of the Vertigan family were left in the dark about the situation of the emblem. It was revealed that a battle between the Vertigan troops and members of a cult known as the Satori had gone down the previous night. The island folks were startled. It was hard for them to believe cults still existed in this day and age. Based on the disturbance, they realized the battle must have been a crazy one. At certain periods, the island trembled from the impact generated by intense attacks. The madam of the main family later released a press statement about how the cult members had been contained by the Vertigan troops. This calmed the mind of the island folks as footages were displayed, which proved that a lot of the Satora members were captured. It wasn't revealed what the goal of the Satora members was, as this would show that the emblem was initially stolen. At the moment, the main family members were having a meeting in the main hall with Gustav being a part. Everyone had looks of reverence and appreciation on their faces at this point. No one doubted Gustav's ability anymore after witnessing as well as seeing the results of his actions. They had managed to capture around 420 members of the Satori alive. All of them were from one Vertigan branch or the other and had defected, but before Gustav's investigation. None of them had any idea. A lot of the Satora members were killed in the battle last night, especially those in the location where Gustav and Stark had the battle with their leader. Everyone was still in disbelief hearing about how Gustav had managed to stand against their leader, who was a beta, ranked mixed blood, and even saved Stark from getting captured by him. However, this had been confirmed by Viltru, the most powerful Vertigan, and Stark himself. Both of them sang praises of Gustav's prowess. This kid has a very bright future ahead of him. The Vertigan family should stay friends with such a person, Uncle Bila thought internally as stared at Gustav with a look of adoration. Thank you for your assistance, Officer Crimson. We will forever be in your debt, Madame Lillian stated with an appreciative tone. Gustav nodded in response, while some of the other uncles and aunts here also voiced their appreciation. His work here was pretty much done, but he was still worried about the leader of the cult, who was probably roaming about free at this point. Gustav didn't think the orbs were enough to kill the master despite how powerful it was. For all he knew, the master might not have been unfazed by the explosion. The problem now was Gustav had tried to track the master with life signs tracking, but he still had no idea where he cooped himself up in. He was out of range, so Gustav couldn't trace him with the link of the life sign. He could only see through the master's forehead, but even with that he was unable to tell where the master was because he had hidden in an unknown coven. How are the interrogations going? Gustav voiced out from his seating position on the left side of the room. He needed to know if any of the Satora members would be able to identify the environment he saw through life signs tracking, so they could use that to track the leader. All of them claimed to be unfamiliar with the environment you described, Madame Salora responded while shaking her head. This made Gustav feel a little disturbed as he wondered how no one was able to identify where he was seeing with life signs tracking. Chapter 906. Visiting the cells, this meant the master already had contingency plans of hiding out in an unknown place if things ever went sideways. What exactly is that environment, and how does it relate to the case? One of the uncles asked with a curious look. It's a lead, Gustav responded, but didn't reveal more than this. He would be unable to explain how he managed to find this lead, since he couldn't let anyone know he had a power like life signs tracking. Have both family branch heads been questioned? Gustav asked. Yes, they both have as well, but it's the same, Madame Lillian replied. Gustav had a contemplative look on his face as he heard that and held his chin. You don't have to worry, Officer Crimson. If the leader ever returns, well, be ready, Madame Salora assured after seeing the contemplative look on Gustav's face. That's fine, but I want to ask them personally, Gustav demanded. Gustav left the interrogation to the main family after he had played his part in helping them capture the cult members. The main family had done a good job of interrogating the cult members and finding out their objectives. As expected, they planned to abduct Stark and get the emblem back by using him as a bargain, but not actually giving him back to the main family until they had cracked how to harness the power of the emblem. The leader was going to use the power to hijack power from the main family and let the cult run the island. The MBO would never interfere if such a situation happened, because the cult members were also Vertigons. The MBO wouldn't want to interfere in inter-family conflict, as they didn't really have any right to. It was a good thing the situation was resolved before it got to this point. The meeting they were holding was planned since they already knew Vertigan troops would come after them. However, they never expected that Stark would come over to the Master's Tower. The plan was to ambush the main family residence, while the Vertigan troops were busy battling with the ones at the second tower outside the island. They had no idea that their other locations would be ambushed by Vertigan troops as well. Gustav and Stark's appearance was unexpected, but the Master felt it was the best situation since he only needed to abduct Stark for everything to come to an end. However, he had not expected his plans to be foiled by the combined effort of Gustav and Stark. The family head ceremony would be held the next day, which was why Stark wasn't present in the meeting, because they were preparing him for tomorrow. Stark would be fusing with the emblem, which would spell the end of any plots, since the emblem could not be stolen the moment it fused with a Vertigan. Gustav wanted to wait till after the ceremony tomorrow before he decided to leave, but at the same time he wanted to do all he could to locate the Master beforehand. Madame Salora and Uncle Bila led Gustav to the dungeon-like area where all the cultists were kept. The cells they were being kept in were energy-dissipating cells that prevented them from channeling their bloodline. The cell both branch heads were kept was significantly larger than the others, since they were higher in strength. They were kept together in the same cell with glass walls. Gustav stood in front of the glass walls and stared at both prisoners who were seated with their backs against the wall with defeated looks on their faces. For a brief instant, Gustav recalled the final year cadet he defeated as he stared at Tridacil face. Well, looks like I might have made a lifelong enemy. This thought was thrown to the back of his mind the instant it was formulated. Gustav proceeded to describe the looks of the environment he saw during the activation of life sign tracking. Both of them listened with an unconcerned expression and later voiced out how they had no idea of where such a place was located. Even after giving out vivid details of what he saw, they still shook their heads in confusion. As you can see, Officer Crimson, just like we stated, they have no idea, Uncle Bila said from behind. There's still one last thing I have to try, Gustav said while looking around and staring at the other cells, which is, Madame Salora asked from behind. Grant me access to go in, Gustav said while taking off his red jacket. What? Both of them voiced out with looks of confusion after hearing that. You heard me, I need to get in there. Gustav repeated himself. The cells repress bloodline channeling, so just like them you will be unable to use your abilities, which makes it dangerous for you to go in there, Uncle Bila explained. I know, grant me access, Gustav said with an unbothered expression. It's too dangerous, Madame Salora voiced out in disagreement as well. It is fine. I'm a well-trained MBO officer, so it'll be okay, Gustav assured them. They still had reluctant looks on their faces as they stared at each other for a while. All right then, but be very careful, okay? We don't know what they might try. Madame Salora finally gave in as she voiced out. Yes, you have to be careful, Uncle Bila added. No worries, I can handle it, Gustav responded. TSSSHHH. A small space opened up in the next moment, which was not big enough for even a little kid to fit through. Gustav pushed his hand forward, just as instructed, and took a step forward as well. The instant he did that, he felt a kind of trippy pull and found himself on the other side of the glass. It was like a small spatial tunnelway with the ability to transport anything to the other side despite the size. Gustav could instantly feel his bloodline getting sealed after entering the cell. It's similar to Officer Bryant's ability, but on a much larger scale, Gustav thought as he recalled Instructor Bryant from the MBO camp. Chapter 907. Finding the master, both prisoners stared at him with inexplicable looks. Were you the one in charge of this operation the whole time? Tridacil asked while properly analyzing Gustav's features. He had noticed how the two main members of the family spoke to Gustav with respect. That doesn't matter, Gustav said while walking toward them. That means it's you then. You were the one that caused me to pass out on that fateful night. You've been watching for longer than we knew. Coterio's face lit up in actualization as he voiced out. The main family, keeping things under wraps, had truly left the enemies without any idea that an MBO officer was already investigating the case. While it looked like it was a good thing for them, that it wasn't revealed to the entire family that the emblem had been stolen, it actually wasn't. This blinded their access to information as they had no idea about Gustav's presence in the city. They still thought that the main family was investigating by themselves, which they felt would lead to a dead end anyway. Coterio and Tridacil couldn't believe their demise came from this young man in front of them who looked no older than 19 years of age. What does it matter now? Gustav scoffed as he stood in front of them. Coterio and Tridacil turned to stare at each other for a moment before making an eye gesture. Both their faces hardened up as they suddenly jumped to their feet. Coterio grabbed Gustav by both hands and held him in place, while Tridacil grabbed his throat with a threatening gaze. Madame Salora and Uncle Bila were instantly alarmed as this happened. They moved quickly towards the cell, but Tridacil's yell was heard next. If you move a muscle, I will snap his neck instantly, he voiced out with a villainous tone. They paused in their tracks after hearing that while looking up ahead with troubled expressions. Ha ha ha! What did you think would happen? We are like humans in this cell with our bloodlines sealed. Weak, Coterio stated while laughing. Now it's just 3 ordinary men in a cell, and of course, both of us will easily overpower this MBO officer, Tridacil added. Let him go, Uncle Bila voiced out. No, he is now our ticket out of here if you... Tridacil was still speaking when Gustav cut him off. Wrong move, he voiced out. Huh. Tridacil exclaimed with a look of confusion, but in the next moment, Gustav pulled his arms out of Coterio's hold and swung his palm sideways. Pa! A devastating slap landed on Tridacil's face, sending him crashing towards the wall. What? Coterio voiced out with a look of shock and quickly tried to attack Gustav. Pa! Gustav slapped his wrist away with the back of his left palm and proceeded to swing his palm towards the right afterwards. Pa! Another crispy slap rang out as Coterio was sent spiraling towards the wall as well. Bam! He slammed into the wall and fell to Tridacil's side. Gustav turned around to face Madame Salora and Uncle Bila, who had astonished looks on their faces. He gave them a look of I told you I could handle it and proceeded to turn back around before he started walking towards both prisoners sprawled out on the ground. Both of them were left standing there with looks of disbelief and shock as the thought, how? Ran through their minds. Gustav arrived in front of Tridacil and picked him up with a single hand. You first. You're going to tell me if you find this place familiar. Gustav voiced out before placing his left hand on Tridacyl's head. What place? I already told why. While he was speaking, Gustav activated an ability. Mental manipulation has been activated. Tridacyl line of sight suddenly turned completely dark. He couldn't see anything, like he had gone blind. What is going on? He voiced out with a confused tone, but there was no response. Life signs tracking has been activated. Tracking life signs. ****. All of a sudden, Tridacyl point of view transformed as the imagery of a particular environment appeared in his mind. What is this? He voiced out with a look of astonishment. I'm showing you a location. Tell me if it looks familiar, Gustav replied while leaving his hand on Tridacyl's head. Tridacyl was currently seeing Gustav's point of view as he tracked the master's life sign. Within this place, blue walls could be seen from the sides. A large holographic screen up with some furniture in the background, and a door to the side which was wide open led to a hallway up ahead. Tridacyl could see it clearly in his mind since picture representation had been clearly provided. This had him wondering how Gustav could use bloodline abilities within the cell. Anything look familiar to you? Gustav asked again after a few seconds. No, I've never seen this place before, Tridacyl responded. Lie to me, and I will end you right now, Gustav threatened with a cold tone. I swear I have no idea where this is, Tridacyl said repeatedly. Gustav proceeded to threaten him with his wife and children, but Tridacyl kept repeating the same thing. He had no idea where this place was located. Gustav proceeded to deactivate life signs tracking and flung Tridacyl away before moving to Coterio next. The same situation played out again as Gustav activated life signs tracking and showed Coterio as well. Coterio was also unaware of where this place was located even after getting threatened repeatedly. After some time, Gustav came out of the cell and looked around once more. Are you satisfied now? Madame Salora asked. No, I'll be interrogating all of them next, Gustav said as he moved towards a cell up ahead. All of them? Uncle Bila asked with a look of confusion. Yes, all of them. One of them might be able to tell me where this goddamned place is located, Gustav said as he arrived in front of the new cell where a lady in a black outfit could be seen. Chapter 908. Disarm him, give me access, Gustav said to both of them. Are you sure? Madame Salora asked. As you can see, it's perfectly safe, Gustav responded. They still couldn't believe Gustav could use bloodline abilities while within the cells, but they had seen it with their 2 eyes. Even right now, he was using an ability that they had no idea about, which had them wondering if Gustav had multiple bloodlines. Gustav just wanted to be over and done with this mission as soon as possible, so he could get back to his issues. This was why he wanted to make sure all cult members were caught and accounted for, leaving no loopholes behind. They gave Gustav access to this cell as well, and he went on to do the same thing he did with Tridacyl and Coterio. As this yielded no fruit as well, Gustav went on to visit the next cell, and then the next, and then the next. He wasn't going to stop until he had interrogated all 200 plus of them, or someone was able to give him a hint as to where the place was located. At this point, Madame Salora and Uncle Bila already understood that Gustav must have been showing these cult members mind imagery of how the place looked. Gustav was doing this with the damaged bloodline, mental manipulation. Although mental manipulation was damaged, it could at least let Gustav speak to a person's mind and show them images. He couldn't use it to control anyone or read anyone's mind, but at the very least he could do this. Close to 3 hours later, Gustav was almost done interrogating all of them and still hadn't found anyone familiar with this place. Arriving at the second to the last cell, which was occupied by a young guy no older than 20, Gustav got down to work again. These cult members, who were considerably younger than the rest, had a frightened look all through Haven, been amongst those who were in the same location where the master nearly abducted Stark. He had seen Gustav's prowess and became really frightened of him, despite them almost being age mates. Does this place look familiar to you? Gustav asked again, not caring that this inmate was way more frightened of him than the others. In fact, he felt it was to his advantage. It does until low. Okay, familiar at all, he said with a cracking voice. Are you sure? Gustav asked once more, which the cult members replied affirmatively. Gustav was disappointed that this was going to be another bust. He threatened the cult member again, despite him knowing that he was saying the truth, and as expected the place didn't look familiar to him. Just as Gustav was about to deactivate mental manipulation, the master finally moved. This caused the view to change a little, as it seemed like he turned around to face a part of this environment that was initially being backed. Wait, the cult member suddenly voiced out before Gustav let him go. What is it? Gustav asked. That mark, the cult member said. The one on the wall. Gustav questioned once more. Yes. Okay, what about it? Isn't it just a gash on the wall? I don't believe so. I've seen it before. Where? On the database of the tower. It was a saved imagery, and it looked like it meant nothing. So any clues as to where this place might be located from that? I don't know if this is a clue, but I did see the file name was saved as the name of a city. A city? What is the name? Marcel's. At this point, Gustav deactivated life signs tracking as well as mental manipulation, making their view return to normal. Are you sure? Gustav asked again for confirmation. Yes, I believe so, the cult member responded. Gustav proceeded to turn around to leave, but then the cult member grabbed him by the leg. Gustav didn't sense any hostility, so he slowly turned around. He noticed the cult member was on his knees. Please, I was forced to join. I never wanted to have anything to do with them in the first place. Please help me, he voiced out with a pleading expression. Gustav stared at him and could sense sincerity, but he didn't want to get into this right now. When I confirm that you have been helpful, I'll come back and listen to what you have to say, Gustav said while proceeding to turn around to leave again. The inmate had a new, hopeful expression on his face as the initial despair subsided. I have a lead, Gustav said as he came out of the cell. Uncle Bila and Madame Salora stared at each other once more in amazement at Gustav's act. They proceeded to leave the dungeon-like area and went on to fill Madame Lillian in on the current development of things. At this point, it was already late in the evening, but the main family began planning another important mission. The mission was to capture the leader of the Satora. It wouldn't be much of a stress, so long as Viltru was the one doing the capturing. They only needed to find his precise location. Marcel's was a city 13,000 miles toward the southeast. It wasn't very large, but it was known to have a lot of underground structures due to the mining activities that occurred in the city. Are you sure you will be able to pinpoint his location the moment we arrive in the city? Viltru asked. They were currently conducting a meeting in one of the studies with a few main family members, Madame Lillian included. Sure, it's best we get there as soon as possible before he changes location. He could still use whatever he means he used earlier to travel halfway across the world, so it's best to disarm him as soon as you're in contact with him, Gustav voiced out lengthily. He wouldn't be doing any fighting this time, and he saw no need to do so. Disarm? Viltru asked. Chapter 909. Family head ceremony and departure, yet disarm. Severe his arms, Gustav said brutally with an unbothered look. Everyone stared at him with inexplicable expressions, as they had not expected Gustav to actually mean separating the master's arms from his shoulders. The meeting lasted for a few more minutes before Gustav and Viltru headed toward the hangar area. A private jet was awaiting after all the plans had been put in place. A few Vertigan troops, who were going to handle transporting the master back, followed after them. The next day, the night passed in a flash, and the next morning arrived. The entire island was bursting with life and excitement this morning as every organization/business center shut down for the day. Today was the day when the next family head would be picked after Madame Lillian had remained the acting family head for almost 8 years. Everyone was excited that a real family head who could fuse with the emblem would be picked. One of the reasons the Vertigan was labeled amongst the most powerful families in the world was because of the emblem. Now that it would be fused with the family head, once more their strength as a top 3 family would be restored. Even if Stark was still a Falcon-ranked mixed blood, fusing with the emblem would increase his strength by a whole lot and add some unique abilities to the fray. The ceremony would be held at noon, and every resident of the island was allowed to attend regardless of whether they were Vertigons or not. It has been termed a public holiday, and there were lots of decorations in different parts of the city with Stark's face plastered across the place as well. The media sang his praises and mentioned his accomplishments, as well as some other things about him. At the moment, Gustav was in the hangar area clad in a red jacket with his MBO sigil on his left chest area. He recalled how last night went well, and a small smirk appeared on his face. After arriving in the city, he activated life signs tracking and was instantly able to pinpoint the master's exact location. He gave Viltru the location, and Viltru went on to capture the master. Everything had gone according to plan, and Viltru disarmed the master, just as he instructed, preventing him from escaping. It was impossible for the master to win in a battle against Viltru, who was an Al-Franked mixed blood. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't even be able to leave a single injury on Viltrus' body, which was why his only option was to run, which was taken away from him as well. Viltru captured the master that night, and they arrived back at the island by midnight. The whole mission went so well that Gustav was a bit worried he might have missed something. There was always a twist or a sudden occurrence that would somehow throw things out of balance, but this time it wasn't so. Gustav helped to free the cult member who gave him the information and left the Vertigons to deal with the others however they liked. The one last thing that baffled him was how the Satori got the emblem in the first place. Both former family branch heads, who were now prisoners, had given an explanation, but it still seemed a bit sketchy to Gustav. Anyways, all that was done now, and all the people involved had been captured. Gustav had left everything else to the Vertigons. He was done with this case. Currently, the main family members were gathered around him as they wished him safe travels and thanked him for everything so far. Gustav reacted to their farewells positively, as he felt his time here wasn't actually bad. He had been here for about a week and a half now. It made him glad that he completed the mission in such a short time frame, so he could go back to dealing with his own matters, since he won't be sent on another mission anytime soon. "Thank you so much, Gustav," Stark voiced out as he hugged Gustav. "You saved my life," he added with a look of gratitude. "Nah, he wouldn't have killed you," Gustav chuckled lightly as he hinted at the master. "You still saved my life. He would have killed me after getting what he wanted anyway," Stark said while tapping Gustav's shoulder. "That wow. Just accept my gratitude, Gustav, haha." Stark broke into laughter after cutting Gustav short. "Sure, you're welcome. Family head," Gustav said with a smile. "Oh, don't taunt me. My days are about to get very stressful," Stark said with a look of tiredness. Gustav couldn't imagine what it was going to be like leading such a large family, but he was glad he had no idea. Stark was currently in a golden and silver patterned ceremonial outfit. There were several gems placed on the outfit. His figure gleamed with a majestic aura. Everyone was dressed up in ceremonial outfits as well, except for Gustav. Stark was just way more dressed since he was going to be the head of the family. "Can't you stay till after my ceremony?" Stark asked for the umpteenth time. "Sorry, I have very important matters to attend to." Gustav gave him the same reply as before. At least I tried," Stark voiced out with a defeated look. "You're going to do great," Gustav said as he patted Stark's shoulder twice. "It's time for me to go now," Gustav said as he started walking towards the private jet parked by the side. Everyone was here, including Madame Lillian. "If you ever need anything, contact me," Stark voiced out. Gustav paused his steps for a moment and turned around. I have an idea for your problem, Gustav stated. Everyone had looks of confusion after hearing that and stared at both of them, waiting for one person to break the silence. Mental manipulation has been activated unbeknownst to them. Gustav was passing information to Stark through mental manipulation, so no one would hear what he had to say. "Oh!" Stark exclaimed as a smile appeared on his face. "By now," Gustav voiced out as he made his way into the private jet. Chapter 910. Madame Lillian's Suspicious Situation. "Thanks, man!" Stark yelled out again just before the entrance to the jet closed up. "It's time to go," Gustav voiced out as he strapped himself in. Fuwa! The engine lit up, and in a few moments the private jet zoomed off into the sky. After a few moments, the Vertigan family went back into the main residence to resume their preparation for the ceremony. It was almost noon at this time, and everyone had gathered in the massive yard where the ceremony would be taking place. The Vertigons, as well as other people residing on the island, had gathered at the location, ready for the inauguration of the new family head. There was a massive spherical-shaped structure in the sky, gleaming with golden rays. There was an aisle well decorated that led to a platform where two main Vertigan family members stood on both sides. As the ceremony was about to begin, the only person missing was the current acting head of the main family. Stark was still hidden behind the curtains, as he wasn't supposed to make an appearance until a particular point during the ceremony. However, Madame Lillian had to be present from the onset, or the ceremony would not hold. "She's running late." "Where is she?" Uncle Bila asked another main family member. "Last I remember, she was heading for the dungeon," the family member responded. In the dungeon-like area where all the cult members were kept, the entrance of a particular section secluded from the rest was wide open. A female figure stood in front of the only cell within that structure. She had dark skin with beautiful long white hair. She shared similar facial features with Stark and had smooth dark skin despite being a middle-aged woman. "What are you talking about?" she asked with a look of confusion. "Have I not made it clear to you by now?" "Madame Lillian," a voice resounded from the other side. Within the cell, a white and yellow-haired man with his upper body bare could be seen restrained in a particular way. He had a backward, C-shaped scar on his forehead. Both hands were spread apart and bounded by a circular floating silver mechanical device. Same with his legs as well. This was the leader of the Satora cult, the one known as the Master, who was one of the sons of the family head that died over a decade ago and was in charge of the underwater projects during his lifetime. "I don't understand how what you're saying is possible." Madame Lillian voiced out once more. "You are the one who gave me access to the main family vault. I would never have been able to steal the emblem if not for your assistance," he said, while a creepy smile appeared on his face. "Rubbish. Do you expect me to believe this? How stupid do you think I am? Not only do I have no recollection of ever being in contact with you, but I also would never do something so stupid that would jeopardize the family," Madame Lillian voiced out with a strong tone. "Ha ha ha! Self-righteous, madam. This was all intentional. You asked me to wipe your memory so you wouldn't give off an ounce of suspicion when investigations began," the Master voiced out. "This was also our undoing, as I couldn't ask you for anything else or get information about this MBO officer sent here to investigate," he added. "That is impossible. I would never help the likes of you," Madame Lillian kept denying, as she couldn't see herself helping such people at all. "Think about it. How else could anyone besides the main members of the family access the vault? And don't say it could have been someone else, because it was you," the Master voiced out once more. "You did not want your son to become the family head, and I have no idea what else you were up to, but you asked me to erase your memory. If you wish to remember, all you have to do is give me a little access to my abilities, so I make you remember," he suggested. "No," Madame Lillian voiced out and turned around. "You will all die today and take these rubbish accusations to the grave with you." She left the instant after saying this. not giving the master any more chances to speak. "Sister!" She heard someone call out to her the instant she arrived at the dungeon corridor. "Bila." She voiced out as she stared at the masculine figure heading toward her. "It's about to begin. What are you doing here?" Uncle Bila asked with a slightly suspicious expression, giving the inmates a last chance at redemption. Obviously, they have all been brainwashed by this so-called cult except for that one soul, she voiced out before walking past him. Uncle Bila gave the area she was coming from a glance before following after her. "Make sure their mouths are restrained as well before bringing them to the surface," Madame Lillian commanded. The guards by the sides nodded in response after hearing that. Uncle Bila caught up with her, and they both headed to the surface together. The ceremony went on without a hitch as Madame Lillian arrived on the surface with Uncle Bila. After some time, Stark was called out. As he walked across the aisle towards the stairs that led to the exalted platform high above, amid the cheers and yells of adoration from the people, he looked to the skies and made a decision. "We will meet again, Gustav." Very soon he stated internally, underscore, 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 underscore. For 3 days had gone by in a flash, and Gustav was currently within one of the bases of the MBO. He had been here since he returned from his 2 weeks Vertigan mission. This base happened to be located underwater in an unknown region of the world. Gustav could have decided to report to any base after completing his mission, but he chose this particular one for a reason. Not just any MBO officer was allowed access to this base because it was mostly a medical mixed blood research facility, but luckily Gustav was allowed entry. Chapter 911. Conducting investigations on the Ashy infection, he had submitted his report, but he was still asked to visit the second base to receive his accolades. As the mission had gone from a 5-star mission to a 7-star mission, the Vertigan family as well gave their reviews on Gustav's performance, as well as a narration that confirmed the authenticity of Gustav's reports. This was yet another big achievement on Gustav's record, and he was the first final-year cadet to complete a 7-star mission when some hadn't even completed a 5-star. Gustav had no idea what the rewards were going to be for him completing this mission, but he wasn't too concerned about it. Right now he was more focused on the reason he came here, which was because of Miss Amy. This happened to be the same location where Miss Amy was last seen by anyone. This was the same research facility and base where Miss Amy was to be tested for whether she was infected by the gray toxin that she saved a city from. So far, Gustav had been able to make some findings. Only he knew that Miss Amy had to leave Earth because of what young Joe did to her, but since she was here at the time, Earth started to become unconducive for her. He felt there may be a connection to this research facility or the case she dealt with, saving an entire city. Currently, Gustav stood in front of a glass wall that barricaded a group of people, all having weird body features. A girl had grayish tentacles growing from her neck area, and her entire face had turned ashen. An adult male had face growing out of his arms and chest. He even had a face growing behind his bald head. One of them had developed 6 pairs of legs, each breeding spikes that had some weird liquid dripping from their tips. Besides the unsightly mutations, they all shared 2 things in common. Their faces were ashen, and they looked pretty lifeless, only reacting to sound. According to the information Gustav had been given, these were civilians who were initially dwelling in the city of the Ashy fog outbreak. He had found out about the fog explosion and how Miss Amy managed to save the city, but they had no idea some of the citizens had been infected. Miss Amy herself was presumed infected, but Gustav knew very well that was impossible. It was Miss Amy after all, and he had gotten the footage that confirmed young Joe was to blame. So he only had to figure out right now if young Joe was connected to this or not. God Eyes has been deactivated. Looks like the resistance won't hold for long. The mutation process will continue soon, Gustav said internally after noting what he had seen. The scientists who had been working on this case for several months had stated that there was no cure for this infection. They had only come up with a drug that could stall the mutation. According to them, the infection rewrites the DNA of a person, and they began to mutate, which was what happened to the ones on the other side of this glass wall. The resistant drug was administered to them daily to stall the mutation, but the scientists knew well that the drug would not work forever, which was why they were working day and night to create a cure. While Gustav had a theory that Miss Amy could have been infected and underwent mutation, he also knew very well just how powerful Miss Amy was. He didn't believe she would just be bested like that, so he was sure that even if she was infected, it didn't come from the time she saved the city. This is the part where it made sense that young Joe plotted against her and somewhat found a way to infect her or something. Either way, Gustav couldn't rule out Miss Amy being infected, which was why he had been studying the infected for the past few days. I have seen all the mutations, and so far there is none that stops the planet from being conducive for a person, Gustav muttered as he held his chin in contemplation. Gustav recalled the footage and noted once more that Miss Amy's face did seem a bit ashen, but unlike the ones here, it wasn't all that obvious, and if she hadn't undergone complete mutation, how is it that a big effect, such as the atmosphere of the Earth being unconducive, happened instantly? Also, the others seemed lifeless, like they were not all there, but Miss Amy's personality was very much okay. She even managed to put that footage together before leaving. These were the type of things that made it unclear to Gustav whether or not Miss Amy was infected with the same ashy infection. There were over 1,000 infected people who were being kept in this underwater research facility, and Gustav had inspected all of them, so he could piece things together. According to the scientists, the MBO had been rounding up infected people for months, and there were still so many that were assumed infected. The infection could be passed through different methods, airborne included. They had created a device that could be used to detect those who were infected, which had really helped a lot. However, the resistant drug was starting to become ineffective to the first batch of infected. It wouldn't be long before it stopped working, and no one had an idea of what would happen when a person's DNA underwent a complete transformation due to this ashy fog. After making a few more observations, Gustav headed towards the area where he was given accommodation. Officer Crimson! Officer Crimson! The scientists and officers he passed by greeted him with respect. He nodded back at them as he kept walking and arrived in front of a door that resembled that of a bunker door. TSSSHHHHSHHHH. The handle in front of the massive metallic door turned anti-clockwise and made a low hissing sound before shifting to the side. Chapter 9:12. The systems returned. Gustav moved in and found himself in a large room with a massive glass wall behind. Beyond the transparent glass, an oceanic underwater view could be seen. There were lots of floating reefs, aquatic animals swimming by, and seamounts in the distance. It was truly a beautiful sight. Gustav moved towards the side and sat on his bed. Zing, a circular-shaped head-sized orb appeared in his line of sight in the next moment. "You have something for me?" Gustav voiced out as he stared at the transparent orb. The light within flickered twice, as if telling Gustav it did. The body of the transparent orb transformed and began to display a footage. This footage showed a young man with slanted sharp eyes clad in a blue business suit. This was obviously young Joe, and he was in what looked like a boardroom. The footage was fast-forwarded, and in the next instant he was in his office holding another private meeting. The footage changed, and he was dressed in another business suit, but this was a different time and day. The footage kept on changing repeatedly and fast-forwarding, showing different days and different activities young Joe engaged in daily within his father's industry. At this point, Gustav understood that the sacred orb just happened to be showing him its observation over the past 2 weeks. It probably wanted Gustav to take note of something. After a few more minutes, the 2 weeks footage ended. In the last 2 weeks, there have been a few suspicious constants, Gustav mumbled as parts of the footage replayed in his mind. Gustav had noted that young Joe left his office at odd hours, when a particular associate arrived at his office. Besides this, at occasional hours he would be in a video call with a strange figure that also spoke a strange language. Gustav had noticed he had that video call twice a week for the past 2 weeks, and he already had one this week again. Gustav held his chin as he tried piecing a few things together for some seconds. A particular scene from one of the footage appeared in his mind at this moment. Playback scene 9 hours, 47 minutes, and 23 seconds. Gustav instructed. The sacred jewel gleamed with a white glow before the surface of its body began displaying a particular scene. Pause. Zoom in on the office table. Gustav instructed once more. The footage was zoomed in just as Gustav instructed, and what could be seen was a weird-looking logo on a side of the holographic video. Call Young Joe was on. It was only displayed for an instant and nearly completely blotted out by the figure on the other end of the call, but Gustav was able to spot it. His gut told him this weird-looking logo might be a clue. Cross-reference that logo and search every part of Plankton City. Let's see if there is any place that uses it. Gustav instructed the orb. The sacred orb gleamed once more with a bright light and began blinking repeatedly. Don't waste your time, the system suddenly voiced in his head. You're back, Gustav stated with a surprised expression the instant he heard the voice of the system. Yes, the system responded bluntly. Took you long enough, Gustav mumbled like he held a grudge. Try being me, then you'd understand, the system replied. How is being you a big deal? Gustav asked while rolling his eyes. Why don't you become me and find out then, dummy? The system hissed. Stop being a pain in my ass and tell me what you mean by I shouldn't waste my time. Gustav voiced out with a tone of curiosity. No, the system stated with a sassy tone. What do you mean by no? Gustav questioned while furrowing his eyebrows. I'm not telling you, the system replied. Oi, 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 now is not the time to mess around. Tell me why, Gustav said with a slightly annoyed tone. No, I'm not telling you. The system adamantly responded. Gustav, __ reddish rays of light burst forth from Gustav's eyes, and in the next moment, a projection of a cute-looking girl in a long red gown appeared in front of him. You don't appreciate me enough, the system voiced out with a pout and folded her arms with a look of stubbornness. When did you start needing appreciation? You're a computerized existence, Gustav said with a slightly disgusted look. Keep that up, and I'll keep my mouth shut, the system said with a humph. What's wrong with her? Gustav wondered internally. I heard that, she said while giving Gustav a knowing glare. Okay, you win, Gustav said with a defeated expression. Say the words, the system stated while still folding her arms. Sorry, NTH. Thank you. Gustav looked like it took a lot for him to say those words. A little blunt, but I'll accept it, she said as the red rays of light receded into Gustav's eyes and everything went back to normal. Gustav heaved a sigh of relief, glad that the small banter was over even though he had no idea what had come over the system. That logo is of alien origin. The system stated the reason it told Gustav not to waste his time. Oh, Gustav mumbled as he held his chin with a contemplative look. You won't find it anywhere on this planet. Just as the system finished speaking, the glow on the sacred jewel blinked 2 last times before stopping. The footage of a large door with the alien logo appeared on its surface. Gustav stared at it with a suspicious look as he voiced out, What did you say about not finding it anywhere on this planet? It's not supposed to be anywhere on this planet. That's an archaic Mendaloga planet writing, the system said with a tone of confusion and disbelief. Gustav knew the system was way more knowledgeable than anyone on Earth, so he was sure it knew what it was talking about, which made this whole situation look extremely suspicious, as this logo was somewhere on a door within Plankton City. Chapter 913. Lockdown protocols initiated. Tons of theories began to appear in Gustav's mind, but one thing he knew for sure was that Whatever young Joe was planning, it was definitely something big and crazy. Where is this door is located within Plankton City? Gustav questioned the sacred jewel. The footage began to zoom out, extending upwards for a few seconds until it finally displayed a particular location in Plankton City. Just like that, the entire night went by, and the next morning arrived. Today made it the 5th day Gustav had been in this MBO research facility/base. He was awake throughout the night after giving the sacred jewel another surveillance task at a new location. He spent the night strategizing for his next objective, which happened to be in line with completing a 1-year quest. Successfully infiltrate the Bureau of Cities Research Center and get scientist Zill's confiscated research. Gustav had to deal with this, as well as the young Joe situation. He had begun planning the infiltration a long time ago, so he was just concluding on how he would go about it. Getting the rest of Sir Zill's research was just as important as dealing with young Joe, since they both had connections with endangerment of the Earth. However, Gustav had decided he would deal with young Joe's situation first, since there were still 4 months left before the timer for the 1-year quest would be done. He would be leaving for the 2nd base later today, but he had decided to stick around this research facility for the rest of the morning. After a few more hours indoors, Gustav moved out of his room to go have breakfast in one of the underwater facility dining areas. There were close to 100 people within this particular dining area, all ranging from MBO officers to scientists that work down here. Gustav headed towards the counter and made his order. Food was free for all, but Gustav couldn't have his lavish way of eating due to that. The food offered was rationed, and to a certain extent, the quantity was good, but not enough for Gustav. He just took his tray back to a corner of the dining area and sat. The place was a bit loud due to people sitting with one another and having convos while eating. Just the usual sight. After digging in for a bit at an empty table, a lady in brownish cargo pants and a green tank top approached Gustav's table. She placed her tray right in front of his and sat opposite him. "I got it," she voiced out after taking her seat. Gustav continued eating for a bit before dropping the spoon in his hand. "Don't act suspicious, just pass it over," Gustav voiced out in a low tone as he reached out to grab the water beside him. "Do you know how much trouble I went through just to get a sample?" she said while passing a cylindrical-shaped, finger-sized item to Gustav's tray. Gustav stared at the item for a brief moment while activating God Eyes. God Eyes has been activated. His eyes glowed for a bit before he subtly nodded and deactivated God Eyes. "Your effort is much appreciated. How much do you want for it, Sandra?" Gustav asked. "Money? Nah, that's useless to me." The beautiful lady with green and reddish-colored hair responded with a light scoff. "Oh, so what do you want in return, then?" Gustav asked while making the item disappear into his storage device. "You owe me a favor, and I will be cashing that in the nearest future," she stated while taking a spoonful of food. All right then. So long as it is in my power, I'll do what I can when the time comes," Gustav responded. "Good," Sandra said after swallowing down food. Sandra was an MBO research analyst who worked with a team of scientists trying to create a cure for the ashy infection. Gustav had met with her and the other scientists on the first day he arrived here. He asked directly from them about the day Miss Amy came down here for a test. They had described how the event went down knowing who Gustav was, as well as his accomplishments and the fact that he was the student of Miss Amy. They were all respectful and gave him access to practically everything. The only thing he asked for, which they didn't give, was a sample of the ashy fog. They said it couldn't be moved, and even if a higher-up from the MBO wanted to see it, they would have to come here personally. Sandra chatted with Gustav the most amongst all of them, so he approached her to help him acquire the sample secretly. "What do you even need that for?" she asked. "Something important." Gustav answered cryptically as usual, which was reacted to with a scoff by Sandra. "Just be careful. If any breakouts happen, I'll have you to blame," she stated. Noah. Before Gustav could complete his sentence. Beep, beep, beep. Beep. Emergency. Lockdown protocols initiated. Emergency. Lockdown protocols initiated. Emergency. Lockdown protocols initiated. Alarms began to go off crazily as the feminine voice of an AI reverberated across the underwater structure. Emergency? What's going on? Loud and concerned voices could be heard in the dining area as people jumped to their feet with troubled expressions. Gustav also stood to his feet at this point along with Sandra as they looked around. Bam! 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 The loud sound of metallic doors slamming down could be heard. Could they have found out? Gustav asked. No, this is definitely something different, Sandra replied as she instantly understood what Gustav meant. Bam! Before anyone could leave, a metallic door slammed down at the entrance area, trapping them within. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav activated God Eyes, causing his sight to phase through the metallic doors. This part of the underwater facility was quite close to the far east area. Gustav's first thought was to gaze towards the south area. His sight traveled past quite a few metallic doors, and he also spotted a few MBO officers in uniforms moving towards a particular area swiftly with troubled expressions. Chapter 9:14. They won't get there in time. His sight also happened to be moving towards the same area, so he sped up his zooming sight. He finally arrived at the south area, which happened to also be barricaded by a metallic door. Some people in lab coats could be seen on one end of the metallic door. They all had panic-stricken expressions as they moved away from the metallic barricade. Gustav couldn't hear what was going on from this distance, but he could see vibrations. The metallic door was being pounded upon from the other end. He wasted no time, making his sight zoom past the metallic door, and upon arriving on the other end, his eyes widened a bit in surprise. That's... As he voiced out, the other MBO officers in the dining room were also receiving information on what was happening. A few infected broke through their cells. One of them voiced out loudly. What? The infected broke loose? We're all dead. The MBO is going to destroy this base if we can't get it under control. The entire dining area descended into chaos after hearing the yell from one of the MBO officers. At this point, everyone pretty much understood what was happening. The lockdown protocol was initiated due to the infected who broke out of their cells. Knowing how the infection could be passed on upon contact with the infection, the AI installed in this base shut down everywhere to prevent them from escaping the area where they were initially kept. At this point, Gustav had already retracted his sight and moved towards the metallic door that had trapped them in the dining area. Gustav! Sandra followed after him while yelling out. The MBO officers in the vicinity with their uniforms moved towards the doors as well. How do I get out there? Gustav asked Sandra. Just as she was about to respond, one of the officers arrived in front of the metallic door and voiced out, "You just need to stay here. It's a safety protocol. Leave the work to us that were deployed here," he said while tapping something on his badge area. Truin, his body turned translucent, and he phased throughout the metallic door. The others around also performed the same action, which made them phase through the metallic door. I'm guessing those are exclusive to the officers deployed here. Gustav muttered as he watched them phase through. Yes, they have been well trained for situations like this, Sandra confirmed. The additional gadget on their badge was made precisely for this kind of situation where they would be able to move with ease while the entire place was still on lockdown. The others would be safe while the trained MBO officers would go on to take care of the situation without disturbance. They won't get there in time, Gustav said as he touched the door. Huh. Sandra voiced out with a look of confusion. From what Gustav saw, the infected already spread out, so the MBO officers would be hindered in multiple areas before they got to the scientists that were trapped in between two metallic shutters. He proceeded to tap his left wrist. Triuin, a blue bracelet, appeared on his wrist in the next instant, and he tapped the surface a few more times. Sandra was still at loss as to what Gustav was up to, but before she could ask again, zing, Gustav disappeared amid a flash of blue light. Was that a dimensional bracelet? She muttered with a slightly surprised look. Zing, Gustav reappeared in his room and quickly moved towards the door. He had initially marked this particular location as a checkpoint. Luckily, his room happened to be situated in the south area, so he would only need to pass through one metallic door to arrive at the other end of the metallic shutter where the scientists were being cooped up. Bang! Gustav noticed that his room door had been locked by the AI as well, not letting him have any access to it currently. Bang! 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 He threw his fist at the door a few times, causing it to get blasted from the wall. It pulled out multiple metallic connectors from the walls along with it. Gustav wasted no time in dashing across the corridor. They said they're on their way. Within a darkened space where red lights kept blinking, a panic-stricken feminine voice was heard. "We'll be dead before they arrive here." A masculine voice was heard next. Bang! 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 The massive metallic shutter in front of them kept getting pounded forcefully. The scientists knew it was very powerful and crafted with special materials to add to its toughness, but currently it had a large dent. The dent kept on increasing, and even the walls by the side began to develop cracks. By my estimation, this will only hold for 20 more seconds. After that, well, I'll be dead. A relatively calm male voice was heard next. "Very encouraging estimations, Vic, very encouraging," a lady stated while glaring at the person who had just spoken. "What? I'm only being real, Pamela, I'm sure you all know," Vic said while shrugging his shoulders. Everyone sighed after hearing that. They were all intelligent scientists, after all, so of course they knew. Scientist Vic was just killing off the little hope they had with his bluntness. The scientists trapped here were around 8 in number. Bang! 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 The dent kept increasing in size as the seconds passed, and at a point, a small hole appeared on the metallic shutter where they could see a little bit of the other side. A bloodbath already happened on the other side, and were next. Scientist Vic voiced out once more as he began to count down. "For 3, 2, 1, see you in the next life, everyone." The instant when everyone expected the wall to be blasted down didn't happen. The infected on the other side, pounding on the door, had stopped at the last second. Instead, what they heard next were loud screeching sounds, accompanied by sounds of collision and flesh ripping. Chapter 9:15. Erasing the infected on the other side, pounding on the door, had stopped at the last second. Instead, what they heard next were loud screeching sounds, accompanied by sounds of collision and flesh ripping. What is going on? Everyone had the same thoughts running through their minds. On the other end of the door, a figure could be seen zooming across the place and slamming the ashy-skinned humans into the walls. On the floor, several mangled corpses could be seen scattered around. Blood was everywhere, and from the looks of things, these corpses belonged to some scientists since lab coats could be seen on the bodies. There were about 7 ashy-looking figures in the vicinity. Each had unique-looking properties. One had snake-like vines growing out of every part of his body. Another had arms growing out of her back face, and even her legs. These were the infected, and Gustav had seen every one of them before this. Initially, they looked lifeless, but now their eyes were bloodshot. It almost looked like they had a mind or purpose now, prior to earlier. Gustav arrived here at the moment they were about to break down the metallic shutter barricading the scientists. He wasted no time in heading for the closest one and bashing his skull into the wall. After his presence was noticed, they all flocked towards him with extreme bloodlust. Swoosh! Gustav noticed that there was a weird stench permeating the environment, so he instantly held his breath as he dashed forward. Multiple hands swung towards him from up ahead, which he managed to evade with his speed as he leapt from wall to wall in a zigzag format. TSSSHHHH. A large atomic blade was formed in Gustav's hand as he landed right behind the infected with the numerous hands protruding from its body. Slash. With a swing of his hand, Gustav cleanly severed his head from his body, which also had two hands protruding from behind and in front. A ball of whitish gas shot out of its decapitated neck area, causing Gustav to jump backwards instantly. From all sides, different attacks were headed for him as the others lunged forward. One of them shot out whitish projectiles of gas, which Gustav guessed could cause someone to be infected. Partial collapsal transformation has been activated. Gustav's body bloated a bit as he stomped the ground. Shiik, shiik, shiik. Iroh silk shot out from the ground, surrounding him before stabbing and spreading outwards. Kaireawa, the sound of screeching, filled the environment as the infected around Gustav got stabbed by gigantic spikes from the Iroh silk. Some of them got stabbed into the wall, leaving massive holes in their upper body. Sprint has been activated. Gustav proceeded to bowl forward as he conjured up another atomic blade and went on to decapitate the rest of the infected. TSSSHHHSSSHH. Whitish fumes could be seen escaping the corpses of the infected after Gustav had finished dealing with almost all of them. The only infected left was a little girl no older than 10 years old. She had attacked initially, but Gustav swatted her away like a fly by slapping her with one hand. He dealt with the others before facing her. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she glared at Gustav with drool dripping down her lips. Kair Haya, after making another screeching sound, her body split into multiple clones of herself, and they all lunged at Gustav. The atomic blade in Gustav's hand disappeared as he stood in place while activating combination. Combination has been activated. Sprint plus dash, the girl as well as her clones, all slowed down in midair almost like they had paused. Gustav stared at every one of them as his eyes turned red and golden. Tulish! He leapt forward and swung his left leg towards the side. Bam! The kick he threw out slammed into the side of the girl, sending her hurtling across the air as she flew into the cell that they were initially kept in. The glass had been broken, so it wasn't much of a cell, but after performing that action, Gustav stomped his feet on the ground. The Iroh silk shot out of the ground and formed a wall in front of the cell, barricading the girl within. The other clones who had leapt forward earlier ended up grabbing thin air as Gustav had arrived behind them. Flesh warping has been activated. Dashing forward once more, Gustav grabbed the first clone. Boom! She blasted into smithereens, causing body parts to be sent flying everywhere. He proceeded to head towards the next, moving very quickly before any of them could react. Boom! 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 For a few seconds, the sound of bodies blasting into pieces reverberated across the vicinity. After Gustav was done, the only thing that could be heard was banging sounds coming from the cell area. The last infected girl was trying to get out from the cell that Gustav had barricaded with Iroh silk. He reinforced it once more and looked around the place. Some parts of his body were doused in ashy-looking particles. This was to be expected, since the infected were occasionally jetting out ashy gases from their body parts. Twitch! Twitch! Some of the body parts that he had cut down initially began twitching all of a sudden. The corpses which he thought were corpses began making small movements as well, including the ones that have been sliced into multiple pieces. They're not dead, Gustav said internally as he noticed this. Atomic manipulation has been activated. A milky glow appeared in Gustav's eyes as he stretched his left hand forward. Purification, Gustav said internally as a blinding milky light shot out from his palm. Tyaninning, the entire vicinity was blinded by the milky light, and even Gustav himself was consumed by the light. In a few seconds, when the light dimmed down, every surface in the vicinity had been scraped off by a few feet, with the exception of the Iroh silk. The corpses and every ashy fog and particle in the air had been cleared out. Chapter 916. Bringing the situation under control, Gustav stood in place with a naked figure as he looked around. There was no trace of the infected around here. They had all been disintegrated into nothingness. Host internal structure has been cleared of all alien toxins. Gustav tapped on his storage device and took a pair of clothing out of there. He proceeded to wear clothes as quickly as possible. Within the area where the scientists were trapped, they all had looks of contemplation mixed with confusion as they stared at each other. It ended. One of them voiced out. They could no longer hear sounds of battle coming from the other side. If a team arrived here, then for sure they must have wiped out the infected, but there is a risk of them getting infected, Scientist Vic voiced out. Nice way to bring down our hopes again, Vic, Scientist Pamela stated while glaring at him. There's. Just as he wanted to speak again, a loud bang was heard on the metallic shutter. Everyone's face lit up with panic-stricken expressions as the door was sent blasting forward after the loud bang. Luckily, they had all stayed a good distance away from the shutter, so no one was hurt by it getting blasted away. Are you guys okay? A loud, masculine voice was heard next from the entry point. Officer Crimson? They voiced out with shocked expressions as they recognized the figure standing in front of them. Everyone here knew Gustav as he had come to the cell area for the infected so many times in the last 4 days. He also asked lots of questions about them, and they had been informed that he was the legendary demon Queen Student. We're fine. Thanks to you, one of the scientists said after a brief silence. Gustav nodded as he walked forward. Are you okay? There was quite a number of them there, Scientist Vic asked. I'm fine, Gustav responded as he turned around and stomped on the ground. Trickclaw. The Iro silk phased out of the ground and sprang forward in multiples, forming a wall behind. The Iro silk wall now replaced the destroyed shutter. Let's get out of here, Gustav voiced out after forming the wall. There's another shutter behind us. Are you going to destroy that as well? One of the scientists asked. No. Gustav's response made them look confused again. He began tapping on his left wrist. Is that a dimensional bracelet? Scientist Vic voiced out as he moved closer to Gustav. Gustav didn't respond, but he could tell that he was correct. He already knew what Gustav was planning. It won't work with this many of us unless you go back and forth multiple times, which would deplete the energy before you get every one of us out of here, Scientist Vic analyzed. Way to dampen the mood again. Vic, way to go, Scientist Pamela said while throwing him another intense glare. I'm just stating facts, even Officer Crims. Before he could complete his sentence, Gustav interrupted. Hold hands, everyone, Gustav instructed. What? Are we truly doing this? Scientist Vic asked. Just do as I have said, or I'll leave you here, Gustav threatened. Scientist Vic quickly joined hands with the rest, and Gustav proceeded to touch the shoulder of one of them while activating the dimensional bracelet. Zing! A bright blue light engulfed all 9 of them, and in the next instant, they all disappeared. Despite their numbers, it didn't take a lot of time for them to get transported out of there due to the distance from here to the destination Gustav picked. Everyone's eyes widened as they found themselves within one of the dining areas in the next instant. What? How? Scientist Vic was the most surprised because he knew a lot about dimensional bracelets. Only a level 7 dimensional bracelet was capable of this, and there were only 5 of them created worldwide. He couldn't believe Gustav possessed one of the 5. Sandra saw the group that had just arrived with Gustav and ran towards them. The others in the dining area, too, were just as surprised. Officer Crimson saved our lives, one of the female scientists yelled out as he hugged Sandra. There were cries of joy and chatters in the background as some of the scientists explained what happened. Gustav, who was currently being praised by everyone around for his quick-wittedness, was busy scanning around with God eyes. There were other places where scientists were trapped, but the MBO officers had managed to save lots of them. This was mostly a research facility, so the scientists were higher in number compared to the officers. Gustav still had 2 bars left for his dimensional bracelet, so he wasted no time in disappearing once more to help out the others that had not been attended to yet. Around noon, the whole situation had been brought under control, and the AI deactivated the lockdown protocol, giving everyone access to free movement once more. Although the situation had been brought under control, it wasn't without casualties. Lots of the infected that couldn't be contained were killed, but they didn't go down without infecting some MBO officers. Some MBO officers, seeing what the infected turned out to become, started killing their infected colleagues. The situation turned a lot messy before it was calmed down. Some of the MBO officers had now replaced the dead infected behind cells. Around 18 scientists were massacred by the infected, but close to 200 were saved. No one had expected this to suddenly happen, so the atmosphere was a mixture of tense and joyous. The MBO had sent a higher-up to visit this research center to gather reports, so they would understand what had caused this. Amongst the MBO officers being praised, Gustav was praised the most. He still managed to save a few more groups of trapped scientists, all by himself. Not all of the infected managed to break out of their cells, as some of them still had the lifeless look, but the ones who broke out were killed since they were out of control. All except for one, the little girl Gustav trapped with his Iro silk. Chapter 9:17. In isolation, not all the infected managed to break out of their cells, as some of them still had the lifeless look, but all others that broke out were killed since they were out of control. All except for one, the little girl Gustav trapped with his Iro silk. The scientists were glad that there was at least one of them alive that they could use as a source of research. They needed to find out the reason why these infected suddenly developed not just consciousness, but also immense strength from. The glasses of their cells were well reinforced, and even Gustav would have a very difficult time trying to destroy it, so it was no doubt that they gained high physical strength and power. The cells could keep an echo, rank, mixed blood like Gustav, and even a kilo ranked within, but Gustav would be able to escape due to the help of atomic disintegration. The ashy fog which their bodies kept emitting had corroded the cells, which made it easier for them to break out with physical force, according to the footage. The girl Gustav left alive was currently under heavy sedation, and the scientists were working to discover what had switched in the infected to make them turn into that. Initially lifeless to bloodthirsty. It still felt like they went from being unconscious to insanity. Gustav was supposed to be leaving at this time, but the MBO had prevented anyone from leaving. They wanted to conduct multiple examinations on everyone present at the time of the incident to be sure no one else was infected. Gustav was currently still undergoing some examinations. He realized his trip might have to be postponed till the next day. So far, every examination had diagnosed him as uninfected, which was surprising to the examiners as they had watched the footage of Gustav saving multiple scientists. The one where he saved the first group was especially dumbfounding to them since he was directly exposed to the ashy gases. How he was still cleared of infection was shocking to them. They began wondering if he was immune, as some MBO officers who didn't even get as exposed as he did were currently infected. This was all due to the toxin immunity ability, which was currently at maximum level. The ashy gases were considered toxins, so they were all purified despite invading Gustav's body. It was impossible for such things to affect Gustav anymore, which was a luck that other more MBO officers powerful didn't share. However, Gustav was still kept in isolation with the others for now. The examination being performed on the infected girl Gustav trapped earlier was to find out what had happened with them, but Gustav pretty much already knew why this incident occurred. He recalled yesterday when he visited the area where the infected were kept. Gustav was able to see with God eyes that the resistant medication they kept administering to them barely had any effect anymore. He could tell mutation would resume soon, but had no idea when that would be. Gustav had not expected that it would lose all effectiveness this fast and cause the mutations to continue. This was obviously what must have caused the incident, as every infected that broke out of their cells were the first batch of people brought here. The ones still in their cells with lifeless looks had come in later than the ones who caused all the ruckus. Although Gustav pretty much had it figured out, he was still suspicious. He felt the whole resistant drug was supposed to last longer than this. Yeah, I scanned them earlier. It seemed like their mutation was sped up, the system voiced in his mind. What could have caused it? Gustav asked internally. We can't rule out the possibility of it being man-made, the system responded. I have a theory, but I need to investigate. Gustav knew he was probably right with what he was thinking, but he had to confirm. If he was right, this might actually be a good thing, even though it had left many dead and infected. Officer Crimson, how are you feeling? A scientist in containment suits voiced out as he approached Gustav. He was accompanied by two others as they began examining Gustav, who was sitting on a bed within this large, isolated space. There were fabric divides by the sides which were a bit transparent, displaying multiple beds on the other ends where other MBO officers were kept as well. This was a normal routine. Check, and Gustav found it a bit annoying, but he just played along. Can we get another sample of your blood? One of the scientists asked again. Why? Not conducted enough examinations yet? Gustav asked while squinting his eyes. Our apologies, Officer Crimson. It's just protocol. One of them voiced out and moved towards Gustav with a syringe. That won't work, Gustav said while grabbing the syringe from him and stabbing it onto his skin. It instantly broke into two, causing them to slightly open their mouths, as they didn't know he had such thick skin. Looks like we'll have to make use of the Revector equipment, the scientist who had been questioning Gustav since voiced out. No need for that, Gustav said while his fingernails grew longer. He pierced one of his fingernails into his bicep area and grabbed another syringe from the grasp of the other scientist. Stabbing it in, he drew blood and handed it over to them. Thank you for your cooperation, Officer Crimson. We'll be back later, the scientist voiced out in appreciation and turned to leave. When am I going to be free to leave here? Gustav asked. The scientists paused their movement and turned around to answer Gustav. My guess is tomorrow or the day after. It depends, the scientist responded before leaving with the other two. Might as well just conduct my investigation then, Gustav muttered after they left. Did you do it? Gustav asked internally. Successfully contaminated your blood. They won't be able to use it for anything, the system responded. Chapter 918. The culprit S. Good. Gustav said internally with a sigh of relief. Gustav already knew why they came to draw his blood amongst many others that were here. He could tell that they had already seen footage of where he dealt with the infected, and they already suspected he was immune. The problem was that they still wouldn't be able to create a cure from his blood because toxin immunity was a system-based ability. If it was a bloodline-based ability, his blood would most likely have an effect and might be of help. Gustav had asked the system to contaminate his bloodline since they would be conducting examinations on it. Since it would be suspicious if Gustav forcefully refused them. This was the best course of action to prevent them from figuring out secrets from his blood or using it for any other purposes. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav's eyes zoomed across the massive isolation space. There were around 30 people here, and there were other isolation spaces too besides this. Several MBO officers stood guard outside, and Gustav could also see that there were cameras placed at different spots. This place was on complete surveillance. Gustav lay on his bed and pulled the sheets to cover his entire body. He activated his storage device and pulled out some pillows from there. Under the sheets, he made some arrangements and began tapping his dimensional bracelet. In a few seconds, zing! A small flash of blue light, barely visible, appeared in Gustav's area. However, it was only for an instant, and even after Gustav had disappeared, the bed still looked like someone was underneath the sheets. Gustav reappeared in the room he was given upon his arrival here. I probably only have around 2 hours. It's more than enough time, Gustav muttered as his body began transforming. He pulled his dark MBO uniform out of his storage space after his transformation and dressed up quickly. He looked in the mirror within the bathroom and nodded in satisfaction. The face staring back at him was a mid-20s albino guy with white hair. Gustav proceeded to move out of the room after confirming that there was no one moving in the corridor at this moment. The surveillance room should be around the east area. Gustav calculated and began making his way there. Even after passing several officers, he was not stopped by any of them. Most of them were in black MBO uniforms like him, which signified they had the same ranks in the MBO. After a few minutes, Gustav arrived in front of the surveillance room and went in. The MBO officers at this particular post questioned Gustav on his business here, and he gave them a story related to how one of the higher-ups had sent him here to check on a particular timestamp within a particular area. Gustav, being a great actor, managed to convince them, and they went on to give him access to one of the holographic computers displaying footage of places within the research facility. Gustav wasted no time and checked a particular timestamp within the area where the infected were kept. Minutes later, Gustav zoomed in on a particular figure captured on the holographic monitor. It looked like nothing out of the ordinary going on in this footage, but Gustav seemed to have figured something out already. So it was him. Gustav said as he stared at the chocolate-skinned scientist in the footage. It could be seen he happened to be in charge of administering the resistant drugs for the first batch of infected yesterday. Gustav had suspected there was some foreplay involved somewhere in all this, but the MBO had no idea, since it was a given that something like this would happen one day. If Gustav didn't have God eyes, he wouldn't know that it's not supposed to happen this soon. Of course, he didn't have any intention of informing anyone, yet, since he had no proof. So, Scientist Vic is another one of young Joss' pawns. Gustav knew Scientist Vic to be rather cool, although a bit uptight like him. He was a total mood killer, most times like a depressed youth, but he was also nice from what Gustav noticed in the last 5 days he was here. If he didn't ask Sandra for help with the sample, he would have asked Vic. Now he realized he would have made a grave mistake if Sandra wasn't in the picture. Vic would have definitely ratted him out, since he was a pawn of young Joe. Gustav's eyes squinted as he stood to his feet and left the surveillance room. Walking quickly, he moved towards a part of the underwater structure and activated God eyes. There. After scanning the area, he spotted his target and began walking towards the entrance of one of the isolation rooms. He had to wear a containment suit before he was let in. Gustav wasted no time in moving towards the left side of the isolation room. A chocolate-skinned man with a handsome face but rather uninterested expression lay on the bed Gustav just arrived in front of. He looked like he was lost in his thoughts as he lay there while staring at the ceiling. "You and I have things to discuss." A voice pulled him out of his reverie. He raised his head to stare at this unknown officer in containment uniform with a look of confusion. "Huh," he exclaimed, but Gustav didn't give him any explanation. Instead, Gustav reached out and grabbed him. "What are you do?" Before Scientist Vic could complete his sentence, zing, a flash of blue light engulfed them and they disappeared in the next instant. Bang! The doors to the isolation room were speedily pushed open and multiple MBO officers charged in a minute after Gustav and the scientist disappeared. They seemed to have caught wind of the situation, but it was too late. Gustav was long gone with Scientist Vic. They reappeared in an unknown mountain region at a cliff of 7,000 feet tall mountains. Gustav's right hands were locked around Scientist Vic's throat as he held him right over the edge of the cliff. Chapter 919. You should have just let me die, as they reappeared in an unknown mountain region at the cliff of a 7,000 feet mountain. Gustav's right hands were locked around Scientist Vic's collar area as he held him right over the edge of the cliff. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Scientist Vic yelled out as he tried to free himself from Gustav's grasp. Gustav's gaze remained cold as he stood unflinching, and even moved a few inches forward. "I will ask some questions, and you'll tell me the answers to them, or the bottom of this cliff will be your grave," Gustav stated. "Who are you?" Vic asked with a tone of confoundment. "Did you forget the part where I said I ask the questions?" Gustav voiced out before proceeding to release his grasp from Scientist Vic Cloth. "Fui ayeth," Scientist Vic eyes widened in shock as he began falling. "Ah!" His loud yell echoed across the mountain area as his patient clothes flapped repeatedly due to wind. "Gravitational manipulation has been activated." Scientist Vic suddenly felt his body come to a stop in mid-air. His hands were already pushed out in front of him with his eyes closed, but as he paused, he slowly opened them. His face lit up with astonishment as his body began ascending. Fwaihaia, his body arrived back in front of the cliff, and he could see Gustav's right hand outstretched, which meant he was obviously responsible for this. Gustav reached out and grabbed him by the collar again before deactivating gravitational manipulation. "Now, I recall you're a Zulu-ranked mixed blood, so I'm pretty sure you cannot survive a fall of this height," Gustav voiced out as he pulled Scientist Vic closer. "Next time, don't forget." "I ask the questions," Gustav said with a low but chilling tone. Scientist Vic swallowed breath up his lungs and let out a long breath before speaking. "You should have just let me die," he muttered. "Huh," Gustav exclaimed. "You should have just let me die. It's more tolerable than being alive," Scientist Vic voiced out once more. He's actually being serious, Gustav could tell as he stared at Scientist Vic's weird expression. "He's crazy," the system voiced in Gustav's head. "Maybe. Or maybe he's just tired of living," Gustav said internally. "If you wanted to die, why the yell? Why was your heart rate increasing by the second? Why were you afraid?" Gustav questioned while raising his left eyebrow. "I'm only scared of the pain. Who wouldn't be when getting dropped from such a height? Why not just give me a swift, painless death?" Scientist Vic suggested while shrugging his shoulders. Gustav could surely relate to this, as Scientist Vic's answer made him recall old memories. "That can surely be arranged after you answer all of my questions," Gustav responded. Few minutes later, "I don't know what you're talking about," Scientist Vic said while folding his arms. "Oh, I'm sure you do," Gustav responded. "No, I do not," Scientist Vic kept denying. "You and I both know that you do so, unless you wish to die the most painful and gruesome death you could ever imagine. Tell me now," Gustav threatened as his eyes turned blood red. "Yet I do prefer that than to tell you the answer to the question you're asking," Scientist Vic replied. "So you do know then. Is it worth it?" Gustav stated before turning around and slamming Scientist Vic onto the side of the mountain. Bang! A small tremor could be felt after the collision, and cracks appeared on that side of the mountain as Scientist Vic bled from his mouth. "Is it worth the pain and suffering I'm about to inflict on you? Is young Joe worth it?" Gustav asked while pulling Scientist Vic's face closer to his. "Yes and no," Scientist Vic answered. "You see, I stand to lose a lot from telling you the reason. I sabotaged the medication for the infected, but of course that bastard isn't worth it." Scientist Vic said the first part with a slightly emotional tone while the second was laced with loathing. Gustav noted Scientist Vic's expressions as he refused to tell him anything. "You hate him, don't you?" Gustav asked. "How did you?" Scientist Vic had a look of surprise on his face as he questioned. "I'm not very discreet at hiding my distaste when I mention him, I guess." Scientist Vic answered the question by himself. "If you hate him so much, why don't you just tell me what I need to know?" "I plan on killing him," Gustav revealed, "because he has a hold over me, and telling you will jeopardize everything. I don't care about my death, but I don't want the people I care about to suffer the same fate." The more Scientist Vic spoke, the more Gustav came to understand the situation. Young Joe was a cruel and manipulative mastermind after all. There was no way everyone that worked with him had free will to back out. This also made Gustav recall Endrick's situation back then in camp. At this point, Gustav could tell that Scientist Vic couldn't outright spill information, as it would be detrimental to whatever or whoever Scientist Vic was trying to protect. "Do you wish to tell me, though?" Gustav asked. "If you're going to kill that bastard, then yes, but I can't," Scientist Vic responded while shaking his head. "Then you don't have to say anything," Gustav stated. "Huh." Scientist Vic had a look of confusion on his face after hearing that. "Mental manipulation has been activated. Just follow my instructions," Gustav voiced out while placing his hand on Scientist Vic's head. About an hour later within the underwater structure, the MBO officers were still trying to find Scientist Vic and the perpetrator. Zing, Gustav suddenly reappeared within one of the isolation room with Scientist Vic. He flung him towards the bed upon his arrival and turned around to dash out of the room. Swoosh, the MBO officials that had been placed there to monitor the room, charged after Gustav. Chapter 920. Failed ploy. They had not expected him to return with the scientist, as most of them thought it was a case of abduction, so this scenario took them by surprise. While they chased after Gustav, lockdown protocols were initiated once more. However, before they could surround Gustav from all areas. Zing, he made use of the dimensional bracelet and disappeared once more. "Damn it, we lost him," one of them voiced out after witnessing Gustav disappear in a flash of blue light. Why was the dimensional disruptor inactive? Another one of them asked with a tone of annoyance. Gustav, who was the culprit, was still being searched for all around. Meanwhile, he had reappeared back in his room. He proceeded to take off his containment suit as well as his MBO uniform before putting on his patient uniform. He transformed back into his usual look. "There's still time," Gustav said internally after checking the time. Luckily, he didn't spend too much time outside the facility. He proceeded to activate the dimensional bracelet once more. Zing! Gustav reappeared underneath his sheets within the isolation room in the next instant. He heaved out a sigh of relief after scanning the entire area and noticing that nothing was out of place. The MBO officers here were looking for a person that didn't exist since Gustav had taken on the appearance of another person. Since Scientist Vic's isolation room was on the other side, Gustav didn't have any issues. The front of this isolation room was still guarded with the same number of MBO officers that were initially here. The door was pushed open some time later, and the same scientist that took Gustav's blood earlier walked in. "Here we go again." Gustav sighed internally as he sat up. The next day arrived, and Gustav could be seen leaving the isolation room in his MBO uniform. He was being escorted by a few MBO officers as he walked past the door. The others that were still being kept here internally had dissatisfied thoughts, but they couldn't say anything since Gustav was obviously favored by the MBO. "The scientists say they still don't understand how you're unaffected, but we couldn't leave our brightest recruit here," the MBO officer in orange uniform beside Gustav said with a respectful tone. Despite being about 3 ranks higher than Gustav in the MBO, he still spoke to Gustav with respect. Gustav just nodded in response. He wasn't new to the ass-kissing anyways. Others would try to suck up to him, knowing he had a bright future within the MBO based on his performance so far. A private submarine was already waiting for Gustav at a part of the underwater structure. He already bid Sandra goodbye and some of the other scientists as well. Gustav was still a hero to some of them here, so they were glad he was being let out of isolation and wished him the very best. They got to the submarine in a few and left the underwater base. The orders of the MBO officers escorting Gustav was to bring him to the second base. The scientists here still couldn't find anything in Gustav's blood, even after getting it multiple times. He was not infected, but also they couldn't find any special cell resisting the infection when they tried experimenting with it. So it would forever be a mystery how Gustav managed to do all he did without getting infected. This wasn't a new thing anyways, since there were a lot of mysteries associated with Gustav. The MBO was curious about him despite being a part of them, but they couldn't mess with him mostly because of Miss Amy. While on the way back, Gustav kept going through his plans for dealing with young Joe. Yesterday, he had found out a few things from Scientist Vic. What he did after making use of mental manipulation was instruct Vic to recall memories of when young Joe gave him the task to do. Mental manipulation was still a damaged bloodline, so he couldn't force his way into Vic's head. This was the only way to get it done. He was able to view Scientist Vic's memories as he recalled what had happened. This was how Gustav realized that the whole setup for him. Young Joe planned to get him infected after finding out he was at this research center, a ploy which failed since Gustav had toxin immunity. According to what he saw in Vic's memories, although young Joe had nothing to do with the creation of the ashy infection, he had done some experiments with it, one of which included the fake resistant drug that could speed up the mutation. The main thing Gustav figured out from Scientist Vic's memories was the fact that Miss Amy wasn't infected by the ashy fog initially. He was the one in charge of the examination Miss Amy was supposed to undergo, and he actually conducted it, but the other person working with had been given another assignment that he was unaware of by young Joe. The memories hinted at Miss Amy getting infected, but by a different variant of the ashy infection, which was most likely created by young Joe. After the incident with Miss Amy on that day, Scientist Vic had found clues of the variant, but he wasn't the one who did the job. Gustav also figured out while Scientist Vic was under young Joe control from one of his memories. At that point, he really couldn't blame him for what he did. At least Gustav had the face of the person that was most likely involved in Miss Amy's incident. It was obvious that this person was working directly under young Joe and would have more information about what young Joe was up to, which would aid his plans in eliminating him. All he had to do was find the other scientist who was currently supposedly on a mission in Plankton City. Gustav could not wait for all the formalities within the second base to be done with, so he could get on with destroying young Joe. Chapter 921. The MBO ranks S. Gustav could not wait for all the formalities within the second base to be done with, so he could get on with destroying young Joe. Hours later they had arrived at the second base. Although so much time had passed, the base hadn't changed. It still looked like a mini-city built upon high mountains from above. After landing, Gustav was escorted towards the Grand General Office. Although he wasn't around currently, the second-in-command in charge of the base during his absence welcomed Gustav. He apologized about the Gustav getting held up by the mishap in the research center, and they spoke about the occurrence at the research center as well. The second-in-command wanted to hear Gustav's view on the whole situation, since he was there personally. Although Gustav said some things, he refrained from revealing anything about young Joe. Gustav already decided he was going to handle this whole thing by himself from start to finish, especially because he didn't know who to trust. He couldn't have young Joe figuring out that he was onto him. A ceremony was going to be held the next day to decorate some officers who had successfully completed important missions. Gustav wanted to be excluded, but there were still some things he had to do before he left here, so there was no point in doing so. After informing Gustav that the Grand General was going to be available the next day, Gustav was dismissed. As expected, his place of residence within the 7 base was the same as the last time. The mansion where he stayed with Miss Amy and Red Shadow the last time. After arriving in this silver-colored mansion, Gustav settled down and decided to prepare dinner. The house, well kept despite the fact that it was unoccupied for months. After some time, Gustav was done and set his table for dinner alone. He sat down at the dining area and brought out a small device while eating. True in, the small device shot out an holographic image of an old man with buzz-cut white hair. His pupils were also white and he had a slightly obese body. Scientist Merkill. Gustav mumbled as he ate his food while staring at this image. "I can't be careless with who I pick to help out," Gustav muttered as he stopped eating for a while. Moments later his face lit up a bit as a thought appeared in his mind. He proceeded to continue eating, and minutes later he was done. Gustav brought out a triangular-shaped device and began to dial a number. GRRNNNNN. After a few moments of ringing, the device shot out the holographic projection of a person in mask. Red Shadow, Gustav voiced out. Hey kid, you're out of the prison? Red Shadow voiced out from the other end. It's a camp, Gustav corrected. Camp, prison, all the same, Red Shadow stated with a light chuckle. Gustav laughed a little before donning a serious look again. It's about her, isn't it? Red Shadow said with a sigh. Yes and no, Gustav answered cryptically before pausing for a bit. I do need your help, though, he added. All right, kid. I know you're already concocting something in that hard head of yours. Spill, Red Shadow voiced with a cool tone. Some minutes later, Red Shadow could be seen nodding in understanding. So you just need information on this scientist Merkel and his current whereabouts, Red Shadow voiced out. Yes, Gustav confirmed. What else are you planning? Red Shadow's eyes squinted as he asked. For now, nothing. I will completely set up my plans after I have information on this scientist. In the meantime, I'll keep watching young Joe, Gustav stated. Don't do anything stupid. That man is dangerous enough, Red Shadow warned. I know, Gustav replied. Good, I'll get back to you soon, Red Shadow said before disconnecting. Sure, Gustav mumbled. He didn't reveal everything Red Shadow, but he revealed enough to make him help. Gustav proceeded to move towards the bedroom and sat. Zing, the sacred jewel appeared in the next instant and began showing Gustav some footages. The next day arrived in a flash, and as expected, Gustav had to move to one of the halls within the second base. The ceremony was to begin around 8 in the morning, and some important people had been invited to be in attendance. Gustav got there on time clad in his black uniform and went in for the ceremony, hoping it would not take too long so he could go back to observing some things. The ceremony was similar to the last time, with Gustav and a few other officers standing in front while the Grand General gave a speech. This ceremony was only held when the officers were being raised in ranks, and that was precisely what was going to happen today. All 6 of officers standing in front were being raised in ranks due to their accomplishments. One by one their acts were listed out, and they were called forward to receive their rewards with their new rank. When it was finally Gustav's turn, a brownish-looking uniform with the MBO emblem was handed to him. This brought surprise to everyone's faces, as this meant Gustav was now a captain. He had moved up 2 ranks in one go. Looking at his accomplishments, they felt it was warranted. A new recruit who had just completed a 7-star mission. Meanwhile, there were many other officers who had not even completed a 5-star mission. While it was befitting, his rise was still felt so fast it made everyone felt intimidated. He never failed a mission, and he still had other accomplishments to his name besides official missions. The ranks for the MBO began from Private, Tissel, Lance, Gant, Lieutenant, Mill, Captain, Major, Gradier, Commander, General, Grand Commander. Every rank had 3 grades that needed to be surpassed one after the other before one could be promoted to the next rank. Chapter 922. Theories on young Joe Plan's Grand Commander was the highest rank, and there were only 4 Grand Commanders on Earth. Gustav had been promoted from Lieutenant Grade 3 to Captain in one go. 50% of MBO officers were in this rank, but they were not in any way new officers. Although Gustav's speed of climbing up the ladder was quite fast, from here it was about to get pretty much difficult. He would have to successfully complete many missions before he would get to the next rank. According to calculations, if he could complete about 22-star missions, he would be able to get to the next rank. However, if he kept completing high-ranked missions from 5 stars upwards, he would easily get to the next rank as well. Gustav received his uniform with the rest of his rewards and moved back to his standing spot. In a few more minutes, the ceremony ended. Gustav was about to head back, but then the Grand General called out to him. He told Gustav to take a walk with him so they could discuss. "Congratulations on your new rank. You performed well in your last mission," the Grand General voiced out as they walked towards a land vehicle up ahead. "Thank you," Gustav replied. "I understand how you must be feeling about your missing teacher. The MBO has made it a top-notch priority to find her," the Grand General said with a reassuring voice. "Oh, no, on the contrary, I'm sure she will be okay." "It's her after all," Gustav said with an undisturbed tone. You have quite the faith in her. That's good. We hope she's okay as well, because this infection is like nothing we have ever seen," the Grand General said with a concerned tone. But I did come out unscathed after all," Gustav stated. The Grand General was speechless for a while before he finally spoke. "Remember, we're keeping the whole situation about the infection under wraps. The world doesn't need a reason to panic right now," he said. "I understand. How is the cure coming along?" Gustav asked. "They will come up with something soon, I'm sure," the Grand General said with a tone of optimism. "If you do figure out anything about your teacher, or need to see how far the investigation is going, meet Jack. He asked me to give you this access card," the Grand General said before passing a green card to Gustav. Gustav nodded while receiving it. He had almost forgotten that the most powerful mixed blood on Earth was currently on Earth. However, he couldn't go meet him with any of the current issues. Miss Amy had entrusted the task to him, and he couldn't risk sabotaging everything, so he wanted to handle it himself. There are some. "I am not taking any missions in the meantime," Gustav cut the Grand General short before he could complete his sentence. "Oh, are you going to be training for ISOP then?" he asked. "I have some personal issues to handle. When I'm done, I will start taking missions again, or just as you mentioned, start training for ISOP," Gustav voiced out. All right then," the Grand General said with a look of understanding. Gustav had decided to state this now, before the MBO began sending him on missions, because now that he was out of camp, the MBO would want to make use of such a talented recruit well. Hours later, Gustav sat in his room, checking out the footage, playback the Sacred Jewel was showing to him. "Good job so far. I just have to wait for Red Shadow's feedback now," Gustav said after he finished watching a sped-up playback. "But keep watching that location," Gustav instructed the Sacred Jewel. It disappeared back into his storage device after that. "What do you think about this?" Gustav asked internally. "We already know he's hatching a plan with aliens, and to make sure things would go smoothly, he got rid of Amy," the system analyzed. "Yeah. Knowing young Joe as someone who has an intense desire for power, we can't rule out the theory that he might be planning a kind of invasion," Gustav said internally. "I understand your point of view, but there are so many loopholes with this theory. The Earth is labeled amongst the most powerful in the universe. Outside entry without permission is impossible no matter how powerful the aliens might be. Even if they manage to get in there, are Al-Franked mixed bloods currently on Earth with the power to stop any form of invasion. It doesn't seem feasible in the slightest," the system voiced out lengthily. "Yeah, this is all factual, but I think you're forgetting one thing. Young Joe isn't stupid. He must have thought of everything you mentioned and maybe found a loophole so his plans go smoothly," Gustav responded. He might find a way to let the aliens help him in taking power from the government or something. If that happens and he gives the aliens permission to stay on Earth, it won't be seen as an invasion, which means other planets in alliance with Earth wouldn't be able to interfere anymore and help. The system voiced out a route young Joe could decide to take. What stands in his way are the most powerful mixed bloods who are under the MBO, and he is within the MBO, so if he did take control of the MBO, he would be able to control their actions as well, Gustav said with a look of contemplation. Or we could be wrong, and he has a different plan entirely. "I guess I'll find out soon enough," Gustav muttered. "I'll check on Miss Amy for now," he decided while activating God Eyes. Life signs tracking has been activated in a flash. 2 days had gone by. Gustav had spent this time mostly indoors channeling his bloodline and making plans. No one had come to disturb him, just like he hoped after informing the Grand General of his choice the other day. Gustav decided he would visit one of the training centers today to do an evaluation test on his strength. Zurian, his device, started ringing before he left. Join my Discord server. https://discord. GG/up 6 VHDMJZC. Chapter 9:23. Back to Plankton City, Gustav decided he would visit one of the training centers today to do an evaluation test on his strength. Zurian, his device, started ringing before he could leave the apartment. Gustav brought it out of his storage space and proceeded to pick up the call. Red Shadow, he voiced out as soon as the holographic video appeared. I got your guy, Red Shadow voiced out. Where is he? Gustav asked. He is currently in Plankton City, Red Shadow stated. I knew it, Gustav said internally. He already suspected scientist Merkill was there. Where in Plankton City? Gustav questioned with a look of curiosity. I've seen him go and come from multiple locations in these past 2 days, but I believe he's residing in a place known as the dealer's house at the moment, Red Shadow revealed. I will send you some footages that I gathered, he added. Some minutes later Gustav had ended his call with Red Shadow. He had now found out the information he needed to get to scientist Merkill. He was surprised that Red Shadow got on this assignment very quickly, but this was good. The longer he waited to deal with young Joe, the more the world was jeopardized, as they didn't know fully what they were up against. Gustav moved out of the house, but contrary to earlier his plan of going to a training center, he was headed towards the base armory. Gustav arrived there some minutes later and was given immediate entry after his badge was scanned. MBO officers were not allowed beyond certain levels unless they were given special permissions, but Gustav didn't need to go beyond the level accessible to him. He just needed some tools that were accessible to most officers. He picked up some rechargeable technological devices as well as some one-use items. After Gustav was done picking these items like he was in a shopping mall, he started heading back towards his residence. Some officers recognized him, of course, and wanted to make small talk, but he avoided them. Others just spoke behind him, but as usual, Gustav didn't mind any of these. He arrived back indoors and did a small routine check around the house before heading back to his room. For all everyone thinks, I'm right here in the second base. Let's keep things that way, Gustav muttered as he began tapping on his dimensional bracelet. This is the best course of action, the system said in his head. HNM, time to head back to Plankton City, Gustav muttered as he tapped on the location displayed on the surface of the bracelet. A bright flash of blue light engulfed Gustav, and in the next instant, he disappeared along with it. Zing! Hey, who the hell are you? The instant Gustav reappeared in a particular room within Plankton City, a voice yelled out behind him. G-char-r-h-h-h-k-k-k wriggling sounds were heard from Gustav as he shape-shifted, taking a different look entirely. He slowly turned around within this room. I must have come to the wrong place, he voiced out with a raspy tone as he stared at the person who yelled earlier. It was a teenage girl with white hair and dim eyes. She was barely clothed. Her boobs were threatening to spill from her bra, and her shorts were almost like panties, but she didn't seem shy at all. Yeah, punk, get out, she voiced out with a merciless tone. Sure, I'm leaving now, Gustav said and coughed a little after feasting his eyes on her body unintentionally. Gustav turned around and walked towards the door. Yeah, this is locked, he said after trying to slide it to the side. She made a loud sighing sound before moving toward the door to help Gustav in opening it. Thank you, Gustav said with a wry smile as he walked out. In response, she slammed the door after him. Angry teenagers. Never gets old, Gustav muttered as he arrived at the corridor. You're a teenager too, the system suddenly voiced in his head. I will be 20 this year. I am no teenager, Gustav responded internally. Still 19. Still a teen, Gustav. Also, I'm sure you would also be angry if someone invaded your privacy like that, the system added. Fair point, Gustav responded as he looked around for a bit before walking forward. It had been a while since he walked on this corridor. He happened to bump into a 57 kid up ahead as he got to the stairs. He couldn't help but let out a smile as the silver-haired kid ran past him without recognizing him. He sure has grown, Gustav said internally before proceeding to walk down the stairs. Currently, Gustav was within the 7-story tall household where his whole story with Angie began. He initially appeared in the apartment he rented while staying within Plankton City in the past. It turned out the apartment had been rented out to a teenager. Gustav wasn't really surprised about this development. 16 years of age was considered an adult anyways, so it was normal to see teenagers renting their apartments. This meant Gustav would have to find somewhere else to reside, pending his stay in Plankton City. Since he didn't want anyone to know he was here, he couldn't use his normal identity. Making use of his identity as Gustav would have made it way easier for him to find a place to stay since he knew lots of people here. However, it wasn't much of a problem for him to get a place even while using this fake identity since he had enough money. Within a dark space, pulsating strings of multiple colored lights joined together could be seen. There was no other lighting here except these pulsating strings of light that had formed a circle and looked like they were tied together. Some figures could be seen a few feet behind, staring right at the strings of light. How long till it's ready? A masculine voice could be heard. Chapter 924, Meeting Scientist Merkel. Give or take you'll say a week, the man in a white lab coat, standing right beside who had just spoken, responded. You have 3 days, the man in blue stated. Sir Young, it is impossible for it to be ready in 3 days. If we try to rush it, it might not work as intended, the scientist said with a serious tone. 2 days. Fail to complete it within 2 days, and someone else will complete it in your stead, young Joe stated with a cold tone. Only other difference is you probably won't be here to see it, he added before walking away from the area. The others in the vicinity, clad in lab coats, as well, bowed slightly in respect as young Joe left the vicinity. The scientist gritted his teeth as he turned to stare at the rest after young Joe was out of sight. What are you lots waiting for? Get back to work, he yelled out with a frustrated tone, causing the others to scamper away like flustered chickens. Hours later, Gustav was in a large room. He had gotten a place within a hotel in Plankton City. Currently, he was watching another footage of the location where the alien symbol was seen. He could see that young Joe just left that location some time ago. The sacred jewel couldn't see everywhere within this location, so he didn't really have an idea as to what young Joe was up to, but he already knew he would have to check out this location after his visit to Scientist Merkel's place. For some reason, he had never seen Scientist Merkel in the same location the sacred jewel had been watching. Neither had he seen him with young Joe, but obviously they were working together secretly from the memories of the scientist he watched. From the footage Red Shadow provided him, Scientist Merkel had been going back and forth from the MBO tower to where he was currently residing. Scientist Merkel seemed like the one that would sabotage the MBO from the inside if Gustav was right with his theories. Since Scientist Merkel had quite the high rank, he would definitely have access to things that might help in young Joss' ploy. After some time, Gustav decided to leave the hotel. It was finally time to pay a visit to Scientist Merkel. He walked down the streets of Plankton City once more. This gave him a sense of nostalgia as he looked around, seeing the well-constructed roads with spatial rings in some areas, hover cars and buses moving to and fro with some driving into the spatial rings. The pedestrian walkway by the side with teleportation circles at the end of every walkway. The tall skyscrapers by the sides along with small social businesses as well. The MBO tower was still in the middle of the city, looking majestic and piercing straight into the clouds. Gustav moved towards one of the teleportation circles up ahead and moved in with the others. In a few seconds, a bright light engulfed everyone and they disappeared. Reappearing back multiple kilometers ahead, Gustav proceeded to walk for a little while before arriving in a street. He turned to stare at a particular green, 40-story building up ahead. It looked quite luxurious, with a statue that looked like the head of a dog in front. At the top, a glowing sign that read the dealer's place could be seen. Gustav already recognized this from the footage Red Shadow showed him. Not just anyone was allowed into this street, as guards stood by the entrance asking for ID. He tried to get in, but they stopped him. "We need ID, sir," one of the guards voiced out once more. Gustav whipped out an MBO badge, causing the guard's eyes to pop out for a bit before he quickly gave access. "My apologies, sir, He tried apologizing, but Gustav was already almost out of sight. He had arrived in front of the house already. God Eyes has been activated. Interesting, a smirk appeared on Gustav's face after scanning the building. He deactivated God Eyes and moved in. A hover arrived in front of the building sometime later, and a man in a green suit and black, short hair moved out of it. He got into the building and moved towards the elevator before tapping on number 40. Apparently, he stayed on the last floor of this place. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of his apartment and the door slid open. Why are the lights out? He voiced out as he moved into the luxurious-looking apartment. For reasons unknown, the lights were out, making the apartment look dimly lit. Everywhere looked quite dark as he moved around, trying to switch the lights back on. However, none of the switches was responding. What's wrong with them? He voiced out in frustration as he tapped repeatedly on a switch. "Hello, Scientist Merkel!" His heart nearly jumped out of his chest as he heard a masculine voice from behind him. He slowly reached for a button on his chest area and tapped it. A small blue, glowing dagger appeared in his hand, and he swiftly spun around while swinging it forward. "Pa!" The figure behind him slapped the dagger away from his hand effortlessly and grabbed him by the throat. Scientist Merkel found himself easily lifted off the floor by this person as he choked from the forceful grip around his neck. He stared at this figure who seemed like a young 20-year-old with white hair and deep eyes. He was over 6 feet in height with a lean but tall figure. He didn't look familiar to the scientist at all. Core, WHOAR. EU? He managed to force the words out while trying to free himself from the powerful grip. "That is of no concern to you." "I have some questions," Gustav voiced out with a raspy tone. "Answer correctly and I'll spare your life. Answer wrong and—" Gustav suddenly paused as he got to this part. "Never mind that," he voiced out as he activated his storage device and brought out a black pill. Smirk. Chapter 925, Siphoning Memories S. Never mind that. He voiced out as he activated his storage device and brought out a black pill. Smirk. A strange, medicinal smell drifted across the apartment after Gustav brought it out. The scientist's eyes widened slightly as he saw the pill and questioned, "What are you going to do with a temporary bloodline boosting pill? Why do you need that?" "Just watch. Right now, I don't need you to do anything anymore," Gusta said before swallowing the pill. "System. Isolate it for mental manipulation use only," Gustav said internally after swallowing. "Sure," the system replied. In a few seconds, Gustav could feel intense heat from his chest area, which was an effect that proved the drug was working. He closed his eyes for a bit while still holding Scientist Merkel up in the air. Mental manipulation bloodline has been activated. Gustav suddenly opened his eyes, which are gleaming with white light. He proceeded to left his hand on Scientist Merkel's head and activated an ability under mental manipulation. Memories siphoning has been activated. Scientist Merkel felt an intense pull in his mind as a white glow appeared on Gustav's hand. Gustav looked up with a trance-like expression as he began to steal Scientist Merkel's memories forcefully. Minutes later, Scientist Merkel's body began to jerk violently while still suspended in midair. Gustav continued to siphon his memories without stopping as different scenes flooded his mind. Despite how much time has passed, Gustav still hadn't seen enough of Scientist Merkel's memories. There were still places he was searching for, so all the dots could connect. After a few more minutes, plop, he let go of Scientist Merkel's body, causing him to fall to the floor as a much more violent seizure overtook him. His body was jerking violently and foam was coming out of his mouth. Gustav just stared at him mercilessly, but also was quite disappointed. "Time is up for the Bloodline boosting pill," Gustav muttered. Memories siphoning has been deactivated. The pill had helped him with an ability of mental manipulation that couldn't be activated in its damaged state. Because the pill had boosted the bloodline, he was able to use that ability for a brief period. Gustav felt he had gotten enough memories from Scientist Merkel, but he still wanted to see a few more. Using another bloodline boosting pill, just right after one was used, was not a good idea, as it would damage the bloodline even more. Also, it didn't look like Scientist Merkel was in a state where he could take any more memory siphoning. At this point, he was pretty much dead. Gustav stared at Scientist Merkel's body, which kept jerking violently, and picked him up before moving him towards the bathroom. After placing him in the bathtub, he fed him a recovery pill which made the scientist pass out. "I guess I should be careful with how I use this ability in the future," Gustav said internally as he headed back to the living room. He didn't care about the scientist, but now he knew never to use the ability on anyone he cared about, no matter the situation. "What did you see?" The system asked as Gustav took a seat in the living room. His memories within the last 4 months. "I siphoned them into a part of my mind, and now it's like the memories belong to me," Gustav mumbled as his mind recalled everything. "There's nothing pretty about this man's memories." Gustav's voice out with a look of anguish. Popping sounds rang out as he tightened his right fist. "Now I know what happened to Miss Amy," he said with a murderous look. "They really did get her infected with a modified strain of the ashy infection," Gustav voiced out as he recalled the incident. Miss Amy had been invited to the research facility to undergo a lab test on whether she was infected or not. After the examination, she was awaiting the results when this scientist offered her coffee. Miss Amy, being Miss Amy, of course, refused when he brought the mug to her. As he wanted to take it back, he pretended to slip and fell the mug right atop Miss Amy. Miss Amy, being as powerful as she was, easily got out of the way, so not a single drop of the content in the mug touched her. But then she reached out to grab the mug so it wouldn't fall to the floor and shatter. She grabbed it and also swung her hand swiftly around the place, letting the contents fall back into the mug so they wouldn't make a mess on the floor, which would in turn also affect her shoes. The memory was like a classic movie to Gustav, as Miss Amy prevented this small incident just to make sure her shoes didn't get soiled. "Be careful," she voiced out with an unbothered tone while passing the mug back to Scientist Merkel. He nodded with an appreciative look and received it. This was where Gustav noticed he had a glove on his hand. Meanwhile, Miss Amy had caught the mug with her bare hands. One would think the content within the cup was to blame, but none of that had spilled on her. The only contact she made was with the handle of this mug. Surprisingly, the moment she did make contact with the handle of the mug, the infection had already burrowed its way into her fingertips. Usually, Miss Amy would also have a kind of protective veil surrounding her, but it was useless in this case. It was noticeable that she started to react strangely after passing the mug back to Scientist Merkel. Miss Amy raised her hand slightly and stared at her sweaty palm. A new scientist came in the next instant with the test results. "That bastard," Miss Amy voiced with a tone of anguish. Gustav recalled this part because the new scientist that had come in was Scientist Vic, and he was unaware of what went down initially, but he did meet Miss Amy in a bad state. Chapter 926. Unveiling young Joe's villainous plans, he wanted to pass her the result, but she lashed out and the entire structure began to quake underwater. At this point, scientist Merkel was far from the examination room, fleeing when he heard the destruction everywhere. He thought Miss Amy would come for him, but instead, she had blasted her way through one of the walls and left the facility in that instant. He heaved a sigh of relief, recalling the symptoms associated with the infection. She must have noticed it. At that time, he thought Miss Amy must have noticed that the earth was starting to be unconducive for her. He quickly returned to the examination room and got rid of the results that were supposed to prove Miss Amy was not infected. They spread rumors that she might have escaped because she was infected, leaving out the part where she actually underwent the test. At this point, Gustav had pieced everything together and knew very well that Miss Amy had left to do a quick video recording for him before she would be unable to stay on Earth any longer. This made Gustav wonder when exactly Miss Amy had figured out young Joe's plot. There was a probability she didn't know that young Joe was aware that she knew about his plot. Gustav really wanted to murder scientist Merkel at this point, but he was holding on because he still needed to siphon more memories. What exactly is he up to? The system asked after listening to Gustav narrate the incident with Miss Amy. He is trying to bring them here, but he seems to have found a way for them to get access to Earth without getting stopped by the many protocols put in place to prevent an invasion, Gustav voiced out as he recalled multiple meetings with young Joe. Scientist Merkel was given a separate task to complete at the MBO tower, and he did that today. He should be having a call with young Joe in a few. Just as Gustav finished that sentence, a loud, ringing sound was heard within the living room. "Speak of the devil," Gustav voiced as he slowly transformed into Scientist Merkel. He proceeded to pick up the call, and in the next instant, young Joe appeared within the living room in holographic format. "Merkel, have you completed your assignment?" The instant the call connected, young Joe threw this question. "Yes, Sir Young, am all done on my part." "It's now left to you to play yours," Gustav voiced out using Scientist Merkel's voice as well. "Good job. You will stand with me as one of the generals of the New World Order. First, we take Earth, and then we can plan further expansion in the future," young Joe voiced out with an ambitious tone. "How long till they arrive?" "The Mendologas," Gustav asked. "I have given those idiots 2 days, but I worry they will be unable to meet up with the deadline," young Joe responded. "Now that I have finished with my part in the MBO, maybe I could come to give a helping hand, so we don't have to throw away the life of any more brilliant scientist," Gustav said with a light chuckle, as this was the manner in which Scientist Merkel usually spoke. That might not be a good idea," young Joe disagreed. He didn't look disturbed in any way despite knowing the scientists would be unable to meet the deadline. "Why not? You want them to meet the deadline, right?" Gustav asked. "It's best you remain in the tower to make sure no mishaps happen," young Joe stated. "True, but it'll have E-Shock watching it." "I could come over tomorrow after inspecting the tower once more," Gustav suggested. All right then, tomorrow," young Joe finally agreed and ended the call. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face after the call ended, and he transformed back into his usual look. "You'll never know what hit you, young Joe," he said internally. "Are you truly going to head to the MBO tower?" The system asked. "I have to. I'll need to disarm what Scientist Merkel has activated there to sabotage their operation." "Then I can head to their research area afterwards," Gustav voiced out his plans. "This bastard must be stopped." "If he succeeds with his plans, it's over," Gustav added with a contemplative look. "Looks like he just wants power," the system voiced out. "Yeah, he's an overly ambitious, power-hungry prick," Gustav cussed incessantly. "The moment the device in the MBO tower is activated, every mixed blood on Earth will lose their bloodline temporarily. This is what Scientist Merkel has been working on, and from what I've seen, it's also one of the reasons they had to get rid of Miss Amy, because a mixed blood of her caliber would have sensed the energy output of that device the moment it was put together." After that, they contain the energy, so even though Jack is currently on Earth, he wouldn't be able to sense it until the moment it gets activated, which will be too late. Gustav muttered lengthily. I'm guessing what they're working on behind the door bears the means to give access to the Mendalogas, the system stated. Most likely. I am yet to see how it looks, because within the 4 months of memory I siphoned, Merkel was never there. Looks like he was focusing on his part and never met up with young Joe in public, Gustav said while holding his chin. It's best to have information on that too, so I need to siphon more of his memories. I'm sure he must have been there at least once before, Gustav added with a look of certainty. I don't think he can take any more siphoning, the system stated. It doesn't matter, he will be utterly useless to me if I can't get what I want from him, Gustav said while standing to his feet. I'll let him rest till the next morning. For now, I need to visit the tower, Gustav said while transforming into Scientist Merkel. He moved towards the window by the side and stared at the MBO tower up ahead. Chapter 927, Need for Speed? He moved towards the window by the side and stared at the MBO tower up ahead. Gustav proceeded to head back to the bathroom. He tied Scientist Merkel up and transformed back into the look he used earlier. He initially thought of using Scientist Merkel's identity to head to the MBO, but he felt things might look suspicious since Scientist Merkel was just coming back from the MBO. Gustav wasted no time in getting out of the apartment after taking the access cube of the apartment from Scientist Merkel. Swoosh, instead of boarding a vehicle, he sprinted there. Public transport was not allowed to head to the MBO tower, so he knew he couldn't get there by that means. Gustav's speed rivaled the hover cars that dashed past the streets of Plankton City. Even mixed bloods couldn't follow with their eyes as his body created after images across the roads. In a few minutes, he had arrived in front of the barricade surrounding the MBO tower. The MBO Camp Swyish. Swyish. Sounds of projectiles tearing through the air reverberated across the surroundings. Multiple blue light beams, flying forward from a particular direction, could be seen moving faster than the speed of sound. These light beams kept shooting forward in uncountable numbers, while a group of people behind had to keep swerving left and right to dodge the beams while charging forward. Bam! Someone got hit in the left shoulder area and got blasted halfway across the track. Remember, one hit and you're out. In the far west area, a woman in an MBO uniform yelled out. The others who were still on the track, filled with blue projectile beams gunning for them, turned even more cautious as they used every trick at their disposal to dodge the beams. These blue beams clouded one's vision due to their numbers and speed, but they had to be agile enough to dodge and get to the finish line before the timer being displayed in midair was up. Over 100 cadets were moving forward while jumping sideways. Some were making use of their Bloodline abilities to parry the beams as they head forward, while some kept leaping upwards and doing a front flip or back flip to evade them. Every minute a cadet was getting knocked out due to the speed of the beams, increasing the closer they got to the finish line. Dash, who do you think will win? Dash, EE, or Elevera? Dash, Eldris is closing in on them. Dash, does anyone see Angie? Dash, the top 10 are really something. They've given the others behind a huge gap. Those who had gotten knocked out of the race stood behind spectating the ones who were still in the game. They were on a plain track field that was quite wide, but there were walls erected by the sides, and the instructors as well as those spectating were behind and upwards. The ground where the race was happening looked like it was sunken ground. Multiple cadets could be seen sprinting across the place, dodging the projectiles best of their abilities. Vera's body was wrapped in multiple vines that had sprouted out of the ground and were carrying her forward elegantly. Swyish, swyish. Multiple vines spun across the place, tackling the blue projectiles shooting at her. A few feet to her left, Falco dashed forward and leapt before spinning towards the side several times in the air to dodge the projectiles. Black tattoos could be seen on the visible parts of his body. He seemed quite agile, dodging the beams with ease despite how fast they were. Several feet to her right, Timmy could be seen walking forward with a red sphere of energy surrounding his figure. The instant any blue beam phased through the energy sphere surrounding him, their speed would be significantly slowed down, and Timmy would just move a little to the side to dodge the beams. Hundreds of feet toward Timmy's right, Rhea could be seen raising boulders from the ground and pushing it in front of himself to tank the projectiles. After blocking a few, they would get destroyed and he would create more. Hundreds of feet ahead, EE opened a vortex, which sucked all the projectiles into it as he moved forward effortlessly. It looked like a walk in the park for him. Elevra, on the other hand, who was a few feet behind him, kept walking forward elegantly while moving her head slightly to the side. Her figure swayed from side to side as her nonchalant expression made her look extremely alluring. Swish! Swish, only minor movements. Yet the beams would fly past her face only a few inches away from making contact. It always looked like a close call, but this had happened more than 200 times now. It couldn't be called a coincidence anymore. Eldris, on the other hand, was several feet to the left behind EE and Elevra. His beautiful eyes were wide open and his surroundings black and white. All everyone could see was the beams turned white upon entering his domain and disappearing. These three were way ahead of everyone else and had it relatively easy moving forward. No one was dashing forward with intense speed because the faster a person moved, the more they were likely to get hit by a projectile since it would look even faster from their point of view. They were all moving at moderate speed for this exercise. After a few more minutes, EE got to the finish line and was brought out of the field. Dash, looks like EE finished first. Dash, wait. There's someone with him. Dash, is that Elevra? Dash, Elevra is still on the track. Up ahead at the finish line, a smile appeared on ES' face as he stared at the person up front sitting atop a boulder. Y'all are so slow, the silver-haired girl with 2 horns on her forehead voiced out. Nah, you're just too fast, Angie, EE stated with a small chuckle. Slowpoke. Angie laughed as well and poked EE on his shoulder. Chapter 928. Dismantling the Bloodline Disruptor. How long have you been here? EE asked with a look of curiosity. About 10 to 15 minutes, I think, she said with a contemplative expression. What the hell? You monster! EE's eyes widened as he blurted out before bursting into laughter. At this point, Elevra also arrived at the finish line without breaking a sweat. The others also began to arrive one after the other after this, and they were all shocked to see Angie at the finish line. Not because she wasn't fast, but because they didn't even see her at the starting line and had no idea she was even taking part in the exercise. According to the instructor, Angie got to the finish line a few seconds after the exercise started. The revelation shocked everyone, and they wondered just how fast Angie was currently. In the past 2 months, where Gustav had been away, Elevra had become the strongest in their set once more, but she still lost to EE and Angie. The exercise was just too convenient for them. Speed and vortex creation. Plankton City, it was currently night, and Gustav was in the MBO tower. He had found his way in and was currently on one of the top floors. The 1075th floor, to be precise, was larger than 17 football fields combined, and it was so high up in the air that it was already breaking through the Earth's upper atmosphere. Gustav was currently in his MBO uniform, while still using a fake identity that belonged to another MBO officer, currently not in Plankton City. Despite the badge, the MBO tower still scanned body features before giving access, so Gustav couldn't use the other fake identity to head in. However, to prevent mishaps, he headed to a bathroom to transform back into the initial appearance after getting into the tower. He was currently on the same floor scientist Merkel had the device implanted, and it looked like it was going to be a Herculean task to deactivate every one of them. The device branched out to different spots cause it had several other small tools connected to it. This was why it had taken over 4 months to set up. Of course, deactivating it was easier, but it would still take time especially when MBO officers were moving around. Scientist Merkill could pretend to be working on something, so it doesn't look suspicious when he's putting them in place since he is a scientist, but Gustav was an officer, so it would be quite difficult for him to go on with the deactivation process without causing suspicions. The MBO tower was going to be like a beacon that would help in spreading the energy that would rid the mixed bloods of their power. This was why it had to be installed here. The MBO was unaware that right under their noses they were being sabotaged by one of their own. This was how deep young Joss influence was rooted in the MBO. Despite the cleansing that had happened some time ago, and even within the MBO camp, young Joe still had many loyal associates within the MBO. This was one of the things that made him untouchable and powerful despite being an ordinary mixed blood and capable of standing amongst the great, like Miss Amy in terms of physical power. Gustav looked for Gradier Xanatus, who had quite the power within the tower since this was usually his base of operation. He didn't fully explain things to him, but he told him he needed the entire floor. Gradier Xanatus already knew of his ability to shapeshift into anyone, so he wasn't surprised when he found out that this young man with white hair was Gustav. Gradier Xanatus helped in coming up with an excuse to prevent any MBO officer from having access to this floor till the next day. He still wanted to know what was happening and why Gustav was here in Plankton City when the MBO database had his location registered as the second base. However, Gustav really didn't have the time to explain what was happening to Gradier Xanatus fully. He just told him he was on the assignment Miss Amy gave him in the footage he delivered. He understood that it must have been something serious and helped Gustav out in deactivating the devices embedded into the walls of this floor. He had an expression of disbelief as he saw Gustav dismantling different parts of the walls and bringing out oddly shaped technological items. Tap on this so it doesn't send out a signal before you deactivate it. Gustav showed Gradier Xanatus the ropes so the work would be easier. By the time they were done with the smaller items embedded into the wall, it was midnight. Only the main device was left now, and it was embedded into the ceiling area of this floor. Gustav leapt upwards and stabbed his hand into one part of the ceiling area. Cutting a big square-shaped line into the ceiling, an item fell through. Grab! Gradier Xanatus caught this device, which looked like a rectangular generator, almost the size of a truck. That has been in there the whole time. Gradier Xanatus couldn't hide his surprise as he slowly lowered it, afraid of triggering any alarms. After placing it on the floor, Gustav landed from the ceiling and stood in front of the device. Gustav tapped on some buttons placed by the side, and beeping sounds rang out as a small holographic screen shot out of it. "Shit!" he suddenly exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Gradier Xanatus asked. "The method of deactivating it is different from the rest. I need face authorization." "Young Joss Face in particular," Gustav said with a worried tone. "How is this a problem? You can shapeshift to take the form of whoever you want," Gradier Xanatus voiced out with a confused tone. "It's different this time. The internal structure of the device is laced with gladderid," Gustav said with a low tone. Gradier Xanatus' eyes widened as he heard this. "It would see right through your disguise," he said with a tone of realization. "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.